Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, December the 28th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. First, going to get a quick sound check, and can you see my screen? Okay, YouTube, yes. Great. Yes, I am holding IPOC. Absolutely. What a great later Christmas present for anybody who is holding this. I'm still in this one. I kept my core position of 12 for a while. I did trade out a little bit, and on Thursday I added back. So yeah, great to wake up to this morning. IPOC. Now, guys, just give me a moment while I connect this thing that may or may not work. Give me one moment here. All right, so hopefully you guys can still hear me. Just give me another yes, please. Okay, great. So let's take a look at, well, of course, Bitcoin. My goodness, let's take a look at the Bitcoin ETF. Look where it is now. Sorry, GBTC, look at where Bitcoin is right now. So big surge. I guess it's over 25,000 or 26,000. I don't really know what the number is, but here's the ETF flattening out. So of course, dragging Mara to new highs, and also Riot. I guess I should really talk a little bit more about the trade of the week. So if you didn't get the trade of the week, and I did post it in my Twitter feed. If you didn't get it, not too late. I mean, the trigger is 980. You know, don't get too hung up on the fact that it's at 999 right now. You can always wait, but the trigger is 980. The stop, actually, it's an interesting stop this time. Not the 20 or the 10, the 10. He's looking at this area right here as the, well, really the kind of the swing exit down here. But he's talked about a $9 stop for glue. So there is your trade of the week, GLUU. Trade it the way you feel. Please don't ask me things like, is it good to get into it now? Should I get out now? When should I, I mean, it's up to you guys, okay? It's just laid out. AQMS. Okay, gap up. Rallies on improvements to a sustainability-focused business plan, etc., etc. So there's the reason for AQMS, a little press release this morning. 27,000, thank you. ZKIN. Now I don't know if the gap held. Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, so it gapped up, and then it just basically came right back down. This is the next one that I may really. I don't think I'm really too late. This GHIV, the next, kind of like the IPOC, that I may really start picking away at and trying to build a core position to swing. Then don't trade it, PJ. It's just laid out for you. And I see where he's looking at. I mean, if it takes out 1023, you never know. MNSO. a big gap down for MNSO. I cannot see a specific, I keep searching these headlines. I do not see a specific reason for MNSO. That's a big gap down, almost 7%. MYOV. Oops, no comma. MYOV. Okay, there's a huge gap up on deal with. So they have some kind of a deal going with Pfizer. I do not believe this is not a virus play. Believe it or not, there are other drugs out there. So this is a big deal. Gains 22% on a deal with Pfizer. That's MYOV. ACY. ACY. New York Stock Exchange notified acceptance of something or other. I'm just checking a headline here. So wow, it's a big. When I first saw this, I thought maybe this was a reverse split, but this is a huge gap up. Look at the volume, 4 million shares, up 115%. THBR. All right, so it's fading a little bit. Another one of the one of the SPACs. Just thought I'd bring it up. It's up 7%. Lots of volume. Yeah, this is hopefully nobody was holding this one overnight. APRE, phase 3 disaster. Oh man, hopefully nobody had this one. APRE, I mean, look at this. No sign that this was going to happen. Stock closed at 25 Thursday afternoon. Opens at about 7 this morning. Not a little solar, but I see this solar play is up. SPWR. Fubo continues to be weak after a huge run, but it is definitely weakening after this huge run. And EQOS. Don't see any reason for this one. Fairly recent IPO, but all-time high now. Took out, it's just, well, maybe not. Let me see here. 1375 was the high. Looks like on Wednesday or Thursday. Sometime last week. How's that? I guess that would have been Wednesday. Somebody asked about CSCW. I'm not sure I know that one. CSCW. Yeah, I don't really. I mean, it's a great run, no question. It is not a pink sheet. It's not a pink sheet stock. So I don't know what happened here. If it's obviously not an IPO at 51 cents. Symbol name change, something like that. It's had a nice run. I don't really look at stocks under $1, but no question that it had a great day on even on the half day on Thursday. But I don't know anything about this stock. If it takes out $1, it could really start to run. All right, I don't understand your question. Is there a Trade Ideas tech review or just quote reviews? Not sure I understand your question. Is it from the YouTube feed? GRNQ, sorry, I forgot to mention that one, GRNQ. In fact, I didn't have it on my list, but I did see it as one of the top gappers. And let's see, a Bitcoin fund, there we go. So this is the big deal. So, okay, Bitcoin guys. Set up a Bitcoin fund for investment. There you go. So there's GRNQ. I'm hearing FRSX, and it just it just resumed. Okay, so it was halted. Obviously not good news. It just opened. FRSX gapping down. By the way, guys, that promo code, if you missed out on it, it is still alive and kicking, okay? The promo code is still alive. It may disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, so. But there it is. So if you click on my homepage link, there's the promo code, Happy Holly 25%. Don't forget the percent. Click on my homepage link and then get trade ideas. And then choose your plan. And then just put that promo code in here. Give you an idea how much it would cost. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year. It will be reduced to $1,700 for the year for their full premium service. Okay, well, very quickly, because I'm trying to, I have to get ready for the open. Hi everyone. That's what he calls himself in the. Well, if you right-click and you go to indicators, and one of the indicators is a MACD line, you just pick it, till where you want it, in a new chart area or in the main area. Just pick your periods and all that. If you don't have that, if you right-click on a chart, and when you click on indicators and you don't see the MACD, I guess it hasn't been added yet for you. I'm on a development version, so if you don't see it there, then it's not available yet for you guys. All right, so the 25% off, if you take a yearly subscription, it's for the entire year. If you take a monthly subscription, it's for the first month only, okay? After that, it'll go to the normal price. And if you ask why, well then why would anybody take out an annual subscription if we offer 25% off, the same discount every month to month? Obviously, nobody would take out an annual subscription. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades. And we have virtually nothing. We have no upgrades. We do have a couple of downgrades. Now, a word about my watch list. I do apologize. I completely forgot to scan. There will be some symbols showing up today. I've had to kind of gerrymander them in. Look it up, what that means. But I completely and utterly forgot to scan. When the market closed on 1 o'clock on Thursday. That's when I should have been scanning Thursday, but I completely forgot. But there will be some showing up in my watch list. Just not sure what the quality will be. So hi everyone. Did that answer your question? If you right click and indicate if you don't see MACD, then it's just not available yet. Okay? It means, and why I see it is because I'm on a development version. Yeah, that MYOV is definitely very strong this morning on that Pfizer deal. There's a big gap up. It's a lifetime high now. Okay, yeah, so it should be available in an upcoming version high, okay? The fact that you see it there means it's, I'm going to call it relatively imminent. I just cannot tell you when. Ooh, boy, FRSX continues to move down. So okay, so you're right. This is at 415. Let's see how financing is about 6.27 million shares at $4.15. So it's a little bit above the financing price right now. OSMT. Okay, so yeah, I mean, nice gap this morning. Definitely a nice gap, good volume. Yeah, it should be on the list. I mean, look at all the resistance here. I mean, it's got to take this out somehow. It's a low float, 14 million in the float, but look at that daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. Look at all the activity, kind of just a little bit above where it is. So even the monthly chart. So that's the challenge for it to get through. It is now through the 200-day though. I mean, it's again, there's the 200-day way down here, 539. So it did gap up through the 200-day, but look at all this right here. So there's the challenge to get through. Costco, somebody, I'm assuming you're asking about Costco. It's something I don't trade just because it's out of the price range that I like, but yeah, it's nothing really happening. It's up $1, not very much volume. Not sure what you're looking at for what reason. I mean, it had a decent day on the half day on Thursday. Maybe it's trying to recover, fill in this gap. It's just something I just don't look at just because of the price range. Just trying to see if there's any news on it. Don't see any news on it, so. Yeah, I really don't know, William. I'm assuming at some point, but I really don't know. IPOC, boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm trying to think of what I'm going to do now. If it got down to maybe the 1650s, I'd probably take some more out. Or take some out. Haven't taken any out this morning, but just waiting to see if it can take out 17. AIRT, you guys are talking about that one. What are you... Ooh, man, I hate to see that hill. All right, guys, I'm going to switch layouts now. Make sure I know what I'm doing here. Windows. No, I blew it. Ah, that did not work out the way I wanted to. Give me a moment here, please. Just give me a moment, please. I made a mistake on that layout. Just give me a moment as I correct it on my other monitors. Racing to get this done before the open. Okay, I guess that's. Guess I've fixed it. All right, yes, MYOV on the march here, boy. MYOV. And again, guys, just in case you're not aware, if you're new to the room, these two windows right there, you can access new from the toolbar, new channel bar, and then my watch list right there, Barry's watch list. You'll get these three windows. You're not getting my entire layout. You're getting basically these three windows. That's what the focus is on. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. This window will start getting alerts right off the bat. And that's on purpose, the 9:45. I put a delay, a time delay on the alerts. Well, what about glue? I mean, glue is the trade of somebody asked about glue. Glue is the trade of the week. The trigger is 980. Again, guys, you have to trade it the way you want to. Don't, I'm not going to tell you to buy it now. I'm not going to tell you when to sell it if you get into it. It's laid out. The trigger is 980. It's a little bit above the trigger. The stop is 9. And, I mean, I can see right here, I mean, if it can take out, all this area here, if it can get really rolling. What's the high rate there? There's 1022. I mean, if you're more conservative and you want to wait for that break, that's fine. But you have to trade it on your own. I am not going to tell you when to get in or when to get out of glue, okay? Sorry about that. We are now open. Snuck up on me. Well, let's have a great trading week, everybody. I can't remember, is Friday a full day? Yeah, it's New Year's Eve, right? I'm sorry, New Year's Eve is Thursday. So Friday, obviously, we're closed. I don't know, is Thursday a half day? I don't think so, but we can only hope. All right, there's Mara on the way down. So what's Bitcoin doing just for fun? Yeah, it's not really moving down that much. Yes, Grumpy, if you get the email, it's all laid out. Thursday's a full day. Boo. All right, here's one that's on the move here. EVGN, quick mover here. Nothing really happening in the pre-market. EVGN, look at this. I mean, this has got some room. Starts to get really motoring here. It's too long, Grumpy. I don't know if you're kidding me or not. It's too long. Okay. Well, how do I know you're kidding? All right, guys, GHIV. Again, this is the one I don't know when I want to take it, but got the wrong one in here. So NNDM was, wow, what a recovery. I was just going to mention NNDM just a second ago because it was actually, it gapped down a lot, but it is recovering. It's still down for the day, but a lot of volume coming into NNDM. So both Ride and Merit are interesting action, which is profit taking or what's going on, but financing at 7.5. Thank you, Casa. I can always rely on you for digging that information up. How well is it doing? Well, it's doing really well then. If the financing is 7.5, that is doing extremely well. There you go. HHT was equals CSCW. Okay. Another. I'll put you on my investigative staff anytime, Casa. I am. You're going to tell me it's not working, right, Torps? Well, look at Fuse here. My goodness. Again, I guess this was an IPO. Maybe it was an IPO. What's an business act? Okay, it's another one of the SPACs. So look what it's doing right now. What a nice gap up. We've had so much SPAC activity. All right, give me a moment here, please, guys. All right, LAC. So lithium plays. How is lithium doing? LTHM. See what this one is doing. Actually, it is, but it pulled back. LTHM. The other one, LAC, looks a little stronger so far. It did not pull back like the other one. Well, those of you who were with me on this IPOC, nice volume that came in right there. And let's see if it takes out 17. I'm just going to put a price alert right there. All right, Bwen, B-W-E-N. This has got some room. Let's take a look at the look. Wow, this has got a lot of room, guys. Look at the monthly chart on BWEN. 916. I mean, it's only at 689 right now. You look left, and there goes the LAC. Lots of activity this morning. The market is up, of course, buoyed a little bit because of the, I guess, the stimulus bill that was finally signed last night. But I guess there still has to go through your Senate. So solar plays look pretty hot. I mentioned SPWR. Let's see if SPWR, is it still... SPW is still, it's a little bit choppy, but SPWR still looking good. But SOL, look at SOL, S-O-L. Big area for it to take out is 11. Right there is 11.12 or so. 11.19 is the next high looking left on that daily chart. After that, this one I mentioned in the pre-market, so a bit of a pullback, and now it is just ripping. Only 1 million in the float. Watch out. 1.1 million in the float. It's already traded the float over. Well, it's almost 7 times now. This will probably, by the end of the day, let's put a guess on this, 20 times. 30 times. Well, LAC and SOL, whoops, it's going down here. Okay, APRE continues its disaster for today. Man, I sure hope nobody had this one, holding this one. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Slava, you're absolutely right. Just give me a second, please. Yeah, coming back. Riot. Yeah, look at this. Riot. After the Riot and Mara probably both coming back. And there goes Bingo. Bango. Well, that's why, auto trading the AI, not the way to do it. I mean, the fact that it got stopped out because the entry and the exit were exactly the same, but this is turning into a nice trade. Give me a moment, please. I don't have something loaded that I want. I don't believe it. We have another IPOF. IPO. Look at this one, IPOF. So if you're not familiar with what's happening here, this guy is, in a cute way, however you want to describe it. He's got IPO A and he wants to go all the way to Z. So he's got IPO A, B, C. The one I'm in is C. But there's obviously F is also alive. IPO D, I think, is also. And he was saying, yeah, IPO D is also super active. The idea behind all these is that these are blank check companies that they're looking. I don't know if IPOD has actually identified a company that they want to buy, merge with. But I think the idea right now is that you follow the money. So this guy with IPO A and IPO B, certainly those two SPACs turned into huge winners, which is the only reason I took IPO C. Wow, NNDM, tremendous run off the financing news. What did you say it was, 750? I'm going to just have to find where you indicated that. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 750. Okay, 750. So I'm just going to jot that down. So that is really, really nice off that financing, 750. Market doesn't care. Not really, not specifically Hill. I mean, running up fast. It could give you something like that, but not specifically. All right, so what happened here? APXT did show up 1771. Okay, well, I mean, this is another business acquisition or a SPAC, so I don't think that they have, doesn't appear that they've got anybody. I don't. Okay, they're to acquire GFin Corporate Services. So that's who they are targeting. I don't know anything about GFin. Trade of the week is Glue. GLUU. I have it posted up here, David, right up here. And the trade of the week is Glue. Suggested entry 980. Stop is at 9. RCMP, haha, RCMT. I don't think I've seen this one before. Where are they out of? They're out of U.S. company, out of I can't pronounce that. Pensauken, New Jersey. All right, so Mara. So there was a trigger at 1428. So let's see if it can run from there. The pre-market high was almost 15 for Mara. Just a quick question, see if this sound thing is working. Can you guys hear a fan in the background? Interesting, okay. Maybe it's starting to work then. One of my Christmas presents is one of those Dyson air purifiers with cooling, heating, etc. So that's on in the background. All right. When on the move, I mentioned, well, I can't remember, I probably mentioned it right here at 683. What a move for When. Was suggesting that, you know, here is the area. I mean, it was definitely in the sixes when I mentioned it. You know, it is just ripping here. What's the float? 14 million in the float. All right. Well, glue is right at the suggest. I mean, I'm not telling you guys to buy it. I'm just showing. You know, for those who are interested in the trade of the week, I mean, it is right at the suggested entry. Doesn't mean you have to buy it, but just for the dream. I think the Dreamer is off this week. I think he said he was going to. But I am going to end the simulator. It's a spread like. Okay. Okay, so I just took this in the simulator. 500 shares of glue at 984. Add the stop, 9. Well, guys, you probably, well, if you don't know, I mean, still in this one at $3. There's still no real reason for me to exit this. That's what the email said, Lily. Yeah. Suggested entry was 980. The stop was 9. I'm just going to follow the email. All right, let's take a look. This is another one of the SPACs. Boy, when? Man, oh man. This is just serious rippage. We have another, yeah, we have another halt here for Tottenham, I guess. If you're from the UK, I'm sure I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, but the Spurs. TOTA. Wow, what another. These have just gone crazy the past 2 weeks. The SPACs. Okay, the race is on again between Mara and Riot. Riot is ahead, but a bigger float, 49 million. Mara. That's right, they're both the same float, 45 and 49 million. Take your pick. Again, guys, I do apologize. This my watch list today is going to be a little bit. I have no idea how it's going to work because I forgot to do my scanning that I normally do for the next day. Of course, that was Thursday afternoon, and I just completely forgot. Woke up this morning and said, "Wait a minute, the symbol list is exactly the same." So. Yeah, so this is halted again. So this is halted on the way down. And it just resumed LOAC. Now this is boy, I mean 1.2 million in the float for this one. This is another SPAC. Man, it's hard to keep track of these. I mean, here's another SPAC, guys, on the move, GIK. We don't even have a float for it. This is not quite an all-time high. I guess last week the all-time high was 1586, so it's getting close to that all-time high. I'm going to put an alert down here, see if it gets down to this level here. Now, BWEN is still super strong. Let me check some of these now, see if there's any movement on this. So AYTO, no, AYTU, no. PCPL, no. GIX 1161 hanging. I'd keep an eye on this one the longer it hangs here. Mara 1428. Now it's got up to 1468. A little bit choppy. I bet you Riot is doing the same thing. Yeah, so red candle also for Riot. And APXT 1771. Yeah, so nothing really shaking from my watch list. Let's see on the downside, 547, 530 would have been probably really hard to take this short. It's not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. All right, so there is a pretty good one in my price range from the AI, and one that starts with the letter M. Well, LAC guys. So I mean the high over here. I mean this has a ton of room. Obviously, still. 2 months ago, the high for LAC was 1740. You know, this is what I will call an EV infrastructure play. Lithium, of course, for batteries. So solar plays. Let me take a look at the big one, FSLR. See what it's doing. FSLR. Yeah, look at First Solar just soaring here, and my guess, of course, is the ETF for the industry. Yeah, look at this. Wow. So here's the ETF. Look at TAN. My goodness, look where it came from. This is the ETF for the solar industry. What a run. What's the market doing? The market is kind of just flattening out, I think. All the indices are up. NASDAQ's up, Dow's up, SPY's up. Really not much has happened since they opened. A little bit of a gap, a little bit of a move down, but really nothing severe. All right, guys, I've taken some of the IPOC out. I said that I'd probably take some out if it got down through 1650. So I've traded some of the IPOC out. All right, guys, so this GIX could get interesting. I mean, the high last month or this month, is 12.13. Not that far away. TOTA just resumed. TOTA just resumed. Big gap up. All right, guys, I'm just GIK continues just a little bit of a move here. GIK, what's the high? The high is 1586. This is last week's high, all-time high. Again, another SPAC. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you have to look it up. SPAC. It's an acronym. Special Purpose Acquisition Company, something like that. These are companies that have been formed. They've got cash, and what they're doing is they're trying to look for a company to merge with. This is the rage of 2020. Give me a moment, please. Boy, I was really lax this weekend. I didn't do anything. I have to get rid of all my price alerts. There we go. What a run this has been on this GME. What an incredible run, guys. This stock was written off for dead. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4 months ago, this was down at 360. And look at this. What a run. Yeah, welcome to the room, Gordo. I'll be doing a little spiel at around 10:30. Then I'll do a quick welcome to yourself and anybody else who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Mondays to Fridays between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. All right, this one is starting. Okay, it's got some support here though, probably ARLP. Yeah, it's just slightly going negative now. ARLP. Not very much volume. So yeah, I guess this is a full week. Somehow I don't know why I thought that New Year's Eve day they only worked half a day, but I guess I'm obviously wrong. All right, William, I don't know if you looked at Bwen, BWEN. This is might be interesting for you as a short. Just took out the 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. It looked like it went through the channels. I don't know, maybe I'm a little late for you. And that's a BWEN. It's too late for you now? Okay. I'm sorry. You're right. Of course, it's closed on Friday. When I said a full week, I was thinking of Thursday. I'm sorry. Of course, you're right. The stock market is closed on New Year's Day. Okay, guys. Well, I can talk about it now. It's a little after the alert price, but the MWK, not bad. A little bit choppy. NWK, that is from the AI. A little bit choppy. You know, there was the alert right there. It got up there, and then it pulled back. Still looking pretty good. I mean, if it takes out 19, takes out 1903, this would be an all-time high. No, I think that's no. Somebody said it's a full day. Yeah, I thought so. This was not shortable for me. This TOTA would have been an awfully risky short anyway, but there's TOTA. Not shortable, halted on the way down. When I say not shortable, I'm looking at, this is Interactive Brokers. Your broker may have shorts, but okay, now this one was really active early. EVFM, and look at the volume that just came in. EVFM. And what sort of room does this have? The high last week was 256. So it's right at the high. Over here, it is 261. Over here, it is 230, 250, 258. So takes out that area. The only issue is, I mean, it's $3 still looks like pretty, just doesn't have enough room for me. Looks like there could be just little areas of resistance for EVFM. So, I mean, listen, it may rip from here, but I just don't like the way that weekly chart looks. Another one shrugging off the financing. Look at this. I mean, it just really financing's at 415. Market saying, who cares? I mean, that is a, what did we get down to? It got down to 439 or so. Financing's at 415. So when you ask me what about it, what exactly are you expecting me to, how to answer? Like I'm not going to tell you, well, yeah, you should buy this right now or wait for a pullback. I mean, right now you're chasing it on a 2-minute chart, you're chasing it on a 5-minute chart, you're chasing it on a 15. What I'd be looking at is what sort of resistance there is in the higher time frames. Last week, this stock got up to 648. You have to also bear in mind the fact that it did do a financing at 415, but market is not reacting badly at all to it. Yeah, so again, I can't tell you, I'm not an investment advisor in that fashion, not allowed to. Sure, you've seen, not that I ever did this before, but there's been some websites out there that are being investigated. Not that I ever would tell people to buy anything. I don't even suggest. Throw out the opportunities, and if it makes your plan, your trading plan, then you have to do what you feel is fit, right for you. If I get into something, I certainly tell, but that doesn't mean that you guys should do the same thing. All right, so we had some really great early morning activity with most of these SPACs, but now a lot of them are starting to give it up. But these are in my opinion, they're very difficult intraday type trades. They're just all over the place. Now NLTX, interesting. It's a bit of a difficult spread, 1375.14. And the lows, way down here in that monthly chart, down to 10. Maybe look at that 15-minute chart on Thursday. Takes that out. Look at the room underneath. But it is a bit of a spread issue. Wow, look at ACY. So it is challenging the pre-market highs, 791 ACY. It's very low float, so if you're going to do this one, be awfully careful. This is the one that I suggested was going to trade at least maybe 20 to 30 times the float today. And just wouldn't surprise me if it gets halted. And there we go, there's the halt. So if you're wondering how we even know these things, there's the halt resumes, one of the scans that I'm sharing. In about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to show you how you can get all the scans that I'm sharing. There's a lot of other information. Absolutely, pure gamble is right. But, you just have to be, that's why I always say you have to be awfully careful. You don't get into one of these and then wander away from your computer. And again, this one just reopened on the way down, LOAC. Easy come, easy go. Again, you know, this exemplifies, you know, what Gordo was talking about and I talk about all the time. You know, it's crazy low float. So yes, it's exciting as they go up, but look what happens when they go down. I mean, basically almost back down. So, you know, you cannot leave, if you get into this with a few shares to see, you know, but you can't wander away from your computer. So I'm asked the question, how does glue look as a short under 930? Let's see. Here's the trade of the week, but let's see. Well, for me, I mean, when I look at this, I look at the daily chart. So you're talking about under 930. So if you, but there seems to me to be pretty good support around 9. So to me, that's not enough. If you were going to short this just under 930, to me, it looks like there's pretty decent support at 9. So for me, that wouldn't be good enough. Flux has been halted. Another one that's been halted. FLUX. And this is shaping out to be the bad halt, as we call it. So it's halted on the way up. There's the halt, 1909. However, now it can change, but right now it is stacking up to be 1850 on the bid ask, which of course is under 19. The good halts are usually, of course, you'll see the bid ask above the halt price, but again, that can change. Time was the halt. The halt was at 10:16 at 17 seconds. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 17 seconds after 10:21. Typically, these halts are 5 minutes. And it resumed but look at the spread, 1874, untradeable right now for Flux. Well, okay, ACY, I mean, risky, but I mean, it was a good alert at 721. It got on 821, so there's $1 tacked on, but again, low float. What did NPA do? 1579. Got up to 16, nothing really fancy there. 2149 for GME. It was not bad. I mean, it got up to 22. Wow. Well, I mean, this is why, you know, people get attracted to these low floats. I mean, anything can happen. And look at this ACY. But if you're new to trading, you have to be awfully careful. There was news on it this morning. I don't know if it's in our news. No, I had to check my Interactive Brokers headline. I mean, I didn't read. This was the news. You know, I mean, whether that's a solid cat, it doesn't matter what as I always say, it doesn't matter what we think. Something to do with ATIF holding share to spike to session high with Aero Century. Well, every day we seem to get one of these. I mean, look at this, up 50%. Huge volume for it, 20 million shares, 20 times the float now, almost. It's not even available. I can't even short it. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Oh yeah, open. This memory fails me right now. I can't remember what SPAC this was, but this became open when the merger was complete. Not great. Not shortable for me. A decent looking short opportunity, just not shortable for me again at Interactive Brokers. That was the IPOB. How could I forget? How could I forget? Of course, that was IPOB. It's funny, I've got some thumbnail charts on my other monitor, and I have like Palantir, PLTR, down. Bitcoin, down. Moderna, just getting destroyed, down. JMIA, down. NIO, XPEV. And yet, you never know it. I mean, most of the things that have been looking at for the past little while, just getting really creamed, and yet the market is up. So there's some rotation going on. Ethically, I should not be shorting any of his, yes. Wow, how do you talk about choppy? Look at that MWK, very, very choppy. AI not having a good day today, really. All right, guys, it is 10:27. I think I'll launch into my spiel, especially because the promo code is still active until, well, it should be anyway, 11:59. I'll check it when I demonstrate it. 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday. Friday's a holiday this week, but Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. I am going to put my promo code and my homepage link. moment here. I can't, unfortunately, with YouTube, I can't put the whole thing in. Okay. If you click on my link, so there is the promo code, Happy Holly 25%. Do not forget the percent sign. Okay? Click on my homepage link. So don't use this promo code, obviously. Use the Happy Holly 25%. You click on Get Trade Ideas. Give me an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans, an annual and a monthly for the premium and the standard. So let's take a look at the premium annual, see what would happen. Again, do not forget the percent sign. So if you apply the code, there it is. So it's taking $567 off. So it'd be $1,700 for a premium annual subscription. The difference between premium and standard, the big difference, the main reason why people want to take our premium service, they want to have access to the AI. Not having a great day today, but I'm going to go over what the AI is all about a little bit later. Now, you don't have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. In fact, if you're unsure about our product, this is what I would do. Maybe take our standard for a month. Okay, so it'll cost you $88 to try us out. If within 30 days, though, that you decide that you would like to upgrade, say from a standard to a premium, or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 25% promo. Okay, if you do it within 30 days. So this is just a good way to try us out. I would never start off with an annual premium subscription if you don't know our product very well. You can always just try us out. If you don't like it, that's fine. There's not really a contract or anything. Look at ACY, guys. Unbelievable. All right, more information on my homepage. Here we go. All right, so far the trade of the week is it triggered, but it is down below the trigger price. Still, I mean, I don't know what it's going to do for the balance of the week or tomorrow, but trade of the week is glue, but you can sign up for it right here. We've had some fantastic trades of the week over the last 2 months. So you can sign up for it right here. It's free. It gets delivered to your email about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a recap, what's happening in the room. It's a video. You can sign up for it here also. All the scans that I'm sharing. Click here, all the scans that I'm sharing. Education. So we have a lot of education. I always like to put this link in on its own. You click here. The 20 lessons in 20 days. It will not take you 20 days. So if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I really suggest that you take a look at this, okay? Take the lessons. It goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them, etc. Okay? All the basic features of Trade Ideas. If you don't have the product, you can take a look also, and you can see what we have to offer. Daily support sessions. So I monitor the Trade Ideas YouTube feed the same time as I'm monitoring this trading room. They're both kind of the same. In YouTube, they can hear me. They can see my screen also. It's just not quite as much interactivity among traders. It's not as easy for me to post links, but it's fine. I mean, you want to go there, that's fine. But I do take a break at around noon. And then from 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed, another one of the traders from Trade Ideas takes over. They are more inclined to be swing traders. So if that's what you want to see, you can go over there. And again, so that'll be between 12 and 1. Before I go on my break, I'll put in the YouTube link. Daily webinars. We will get back to a normal schedule next week. We've been on hiatus for a couple of weeks. So when we're back, it is Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Everything is free. They're all archived. And more educational videos here and some trading books that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage. Okay, a lot of information on my homepage. Now I'm going to go over the AI. I don't even see a bid ask for that halt on ACY. I don't even see it. All right, so this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing these baseline strategies. This is not one of the baseline strategies, but basically what the AI does, it takes a look at the filters that are in place, runs through the optimization procedure, maybe makes adjustments to the filter values, maybe adds a filter, subtracts a filter. Again, running through all 50, obviously, you and I could never do that. You need a computer to do that, and that's the routine. So that's what happened. Once the market closed Thursday afternoon, AI went to work. These are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Why they made the cut? A number of reasons, but they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. In order to watch the AI in action, this is what I would do. Click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, click on that, and here's your window. You have an entry price, you have a stop, up to you to manage the trades. I use it as a watch list all day long. You know, sometimes the entries are a little early. Use it as a watch list. You might get a better entry. You might come back to the entry price. So again, what I would do, again, have this window up and running, and then I would incorporate that window, that Strategy Trades All window, as part of your layout, so you don't have to do it every day. Just make it part of your layout. Is there a way to change timeframes quickly other than right-clicking? No, there is not. There's no hotkey or anything like that. I mean, of course, I have all my timeframes that I want up and running at all times, but there is no way to do that. There's no hotkey, in other words. Okay. Now I want to talk about Trade Ideas just in general and what we are. We are a scanner. We're what I like to term an event-based scanner. This is really why I wanted to show you this. So this is an event that I've created. What do I mean by an event? So I've called this one the basic new highs and lows. So I've created, here are my filters that I'm using. Now, again, this is one of the ones that I'm sharing. You don't have to have the same filters. You might want a different price range. You know, I'm looking between 1 and 20, but you might want to change that if you know, and it's easy to do. Current volume is at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times as normal up to this point of the day. Here is my minimum percentage, up or down 4%, etc. So these are the filters I'm using. If a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what I've created the event, and this is how I like to see my basic new highs and lows. Well, with premium, you get the AI, Abbas. Don't look to me to tell you Okay, if you're looking to me to tell you when to buy or sell, then no, I'm not going to ever do that. You know, if I get into a trade, I'm going to talk about it for sure, but I'm not going to say, and guys, you should do the same thing. But if you're looking for the actual suggestions for something, if you take premium, then you have this. Then it's up to you to manage the trades. Well, there's no. Well, I can answer it like I just answered your question, right? Did you hear? I'm just talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. There was no way to, you know, there's not a hotkey that you can just, you know, change the time frames easily. You have to go to time frame and pick. This is not a full-blown charting program. We make no bones about that. It's not a full-blown charting program. So it depends on the. I mean, if that was a technical question, then I've basically asked or answered that question. So I just want to continue with the AI, or with just a general description of trade ideas. So of course you saw what I did here. I created my own filters, and I created the trigger, which was a new high. But we have many, many, many alerts. You know, this happens to be new high and low, but many, many alerts that we have. And I'm not going to go over them all, of course. And here are all the filters with an icon like this, looking like this. These are the filters. So you can a la carte, kind of create your own event, your own scenario. We did it that way so that we didn't, you know, most people do not want to learn a programming language. I mean, those of you who are, you know, that way inclined, sure. But most people do not want to learn a programming language. So we went the way in which, okay, we'll create a lot of alerts, a lot of filters, and you kind of pick and choose what you want to create your own event. I see AC is just absolutely ripping here. So that is a general commentary about what Trade Ideas is all about. Now I want to talk about this window you see here called Brokerage Plus. Now the other thing that we do is that we can link. We have what we call an external linking tool. So we can link, and this is if you're using our web-based version. What I'm going to describe from now, including Brokerage Plus and the linking, is not available. You have to be using our app, downloadable application. So we link with many brokers. What that means is you can establish a link with your broker so that when you click on an alert from within Trade Ideas, it just automatically loads into the order entry. From there, you trade it. It's nothing to, Trade Ideas is not going to trade it for you, but it's just a massive time saver. If you're clicking on many, many alerts all day long, like I do, it'd be a pain if I see an alert and I have to type it in. So that's what it is. It is a time saver. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, we do have a special arrangement that if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window that's called Brokerage Plus, and you load it right here, right from the toolbar, where it says Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window to trade. I'm going to pop a video in that shows you how you can do that. Okay, Mike, so I am sharing a layout that is essentially this. You don't see these two windows, but it's essentially this, okay, which I can give to you. I was asked for my shared layout, okay? I just popped it in. Yeah, you can do it with the demo account. You can build a scanner scenario, but I will say this, we're getting rid of the demo pretty soon. I don't know when, but you can, yes. Okay, so I popped in this Brokerage Plus So if you want to trade your own account, if you happen to have an IB account, Interactive Brokers account, and you want to use this window to trade your account, watch this video, the Brokers Plus intro video. It'll show you how you can do all that. Things like what we call one-click trading. So if you get an alert, you take a look at the chart, you say, yep, I'd like to trade that. You go back, hover over it, and you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. And that video explains exactly how to do all that. Okay? Now, the other major way to use this Brokers Plus window is for simulated trading, paper trading. If you're new to trading, please, 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 practice trading first before you commit real money to the market. All you have to do is click on the sim, and it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you're using, it's using our real-time data. And right there, you saw what I did earlier. I took a simulated trade with Glue in at 984. If you look at on the chart, when I took the trade, and there I put my stop, like the email suggested, at 9. So if this trade goes down to 9, and I allow it to just run automatically, it'll take me out for a $417 loss. We don't have level 2, no. We always say we don't have level 2. A lot of, I don't call it controversy, but I don't use level 2 really at all. A lot in the room, some do, I guess, but if you want level 2, obviously easily accessible from your broker, if that's what you want. So you can do things in the simulator like this. Let's just say I wanted to take a GRNQ. I could do one of two things. I could, of course, take it right now and just buy it right at the market if that's what I want to do. The spread is a penny, so I could easily go in at the market. Or I could say, you know what, I'd like to take it on a pullback, like a pullback to 221. I just want to show you how you can do that. So I can pick how many shares I want to do that at. Let's take 300. I'm going to put 221 in both boxes here. Buy. And you see that blue line shows up right on the chart. So if GRNQ goes down to 221, it'll take the trade. So that would be like a pullback trade. I could have done the same thing. If I thought, you know what, if it broke an area up on top, that I'd like to get the trade. Okay, so these are, conditional buy orders. So what I've done here on this conditional buy, I've said, okay, if it pulls back to a level, but I could have said, what if I want to take the trade if it, for whatever reason, it breaks the pre-market high. So I could put a conditional buy order way up here. Okay. So that's how you can set up conditional buy orders, and it'll show up right on the chart. If at any point you don't want to do it anymore, you just go to your orders and you just cancel the order. But well, that's actually for ENDP. That must be for last week. Okay, but you just cancel the order. Now, a word about taking trades. If you take a trade and you don't exit by the end of the day, then it'll carry over. So this is a great way in which you can practice swing trading also. But let's take a trade right now. Let's just do one. Unbelievable. Up almost 500, almost 5 times ACY on that news. All right, let's take this one. I'm looking left. I'm just to practice, okay, because I look left. It's got some room to about $1.30 or so. So, on a percentage basis. I just want to take the trade to show you how you can do it. I'm going to buy 300 at the market because the spread is only a penny. So it just took the trade. Okay, and now I can put a stop in. Always have a stop. You know, all trades are not going to work. So I'm going to put a stop right here. Now you should always know what your stop is ahead of time. And it should be based on, you know, something. It's not just, well, every trade I get into, I have a 10-cent stop. You know, maybe a break of a moving average. Maybe you look at the chart and there's a support level that if it broke, you should get out. I'm going to put the stop at 91 cents just to show you how you do that. Right click, add the stop order. Again, I'm just showing you how to do this. So you can see right there, there's a red line right on the chart. So if it goes down to 91 cents and I don't take it out before that, I'll be out for a $52 loss. I can put a target if I want. I'll just put again, I'm just showing you how to do this. Let's put a 120 target. Just to show you, I wanted to show you so you can see how it appears on the screen. Excuse me, you can't see it on the daily chart because it's up here, but on a weekly chart, you can see it right there, $34. So, I mean, obviously this is nothing you would really do because it would not a good risk reward. Just demonstrating how you can do it. Now, the thing is, if this trade starts working well, I can start moving this up like a trailing stop. Okay, I can start moving it up and down like up as a trailing stop. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right now, I can just flatten the trade. These are hotkeys. If I want to get out a half, or I can double my position. Okay, so these are hotkeys that you can use. You don't have to do it that way, of course. If you want it, I can just go right here and I can put in a number of shares I want to get out of. If I put 100 and sell, pick the price I want to get out of. So very, 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 in my opinion, very, very simple to use. I don't know what is that CMG, Capital Markets Group? When you say does it work with it, what do you mean by that exactly? If you're talking about can you use this to trade the CMG account, no, only Interactive Brokers. All I've done here, no. Well, when you say execute trades, I mean assuming you cannot use this to trade your CMG account. Assuming you can set up a link, I have no idea if we can set up a link. Again, when I talk about a link, it's using this tool here, tools, external linking. Then you just add a link and you just follow these rules. And it's possible I don't know enough about CMG. So that the nice thing then is that when you click on an alert from within Trade Ideas, it just loads into your CMG order entry, and then you would trade from within CMG. Well, again, the news. Somebody asked that before. Now it's disappeared on me because we got all sorts of. Here we go. I mean, I don't. It's ATIF shares moving higher following Arrow Century news about New York Stock Exchange listing. That's all I see. Okay, so Mike, we have a linking tool. So from our toolbar, tools, external linking. All right. You click on add a link, and then here are the instructions. You just have to follow these instructions. I don't know if we can link with CMG. All linking does is just as a time saver, so that when you click on an alert that you get from within Trade Ideas, instead of you having to type the symbol into your order entry, it'll automatically go there. Nothing to do with trading it, but just as a time saver. So it goes into your, if we link with CMG, I don't know. But if we do, then, it'll just show up in your order entry, and then, from within CMG, you trade it. All right, just give me a moment, please. All right, I'm back. Nope. We only start at 7 in the morning. Well, it's 6:45, Gordo. We only start at 6:45 for our data, Eastern time. I know it's been asked a lot. Hopefully sometime this year they'll be able to up it a bit, but I'm not going to make any promises. It's been asked many, many times. So the question was, wow, I cannot believe that. I mean, just when you think you've seen it, and it'll never happen again, I mean, then you get an ACY. Or seen everything is guess what I wanted to say. All right, I just going to try to answer your question, but good, you got it. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. And also, you are given, we start you out with $100,000 in the simulated account. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm answering a question, an email question. Okay, how do you zoom in the charts? Thank you, Julia. appreciate that. The more people take out subscriptions from the room, that keeps the room free. Wink, wink. Subash, okay, so the question was, how do you zoom in on a chart? So the first thing you do is left click on the chart so the system TraderDiz knows what chart you're in, okay? And then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. And then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay? So just scroll in and out with the control key pressed down on your keyboard. Yeah, typically they are 5-minute halts, and I guess that was still a 5-minute halt. I'm surprised. You know, for something that has been this volatile and crazy, sometimes they make it 10, 15, even longer, but usually always a multiple of 5. Okay, KK, you just got, how do you load my lists? All right. Okay, so here is a share layout, number one, if you want my layout, which is not, it's not exactly what you see, but it's very... Oh, you mean you've just got a bar up here. Okay, okay, so for instance, if you wanted my layout, I'm not going to, I don't want to click on that because it is a layout and it's going to overwrite a lot of my, or it's going to duplicate. So what I'll do is this, just show you how you can load things from the cloud. Let me get my home page. Okay, so if you click on my home page, meanwhile, look at Atif, guys. Remember I said could get up to this. Where are we? Just going. Sorry, KK, but there was a level. So there's a 200-day moving average. Okay, so if you click on, so from my homepage link, and then click on my scans. So for instance, if you wanted momentum up, you just click on the link. It's going to show up in a new tab. Highlight it, so you've copied it. Control C, you've copied it. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. And you'll notice that that string here is exactly the same as the string here. Click on Load, and there it is. Okay? So you can do, now, if you want my layout, all you have to do is do exactly the same thing with that link. Not that link, but the shared link that I popped into the room. So this link here, right there, all you would do is click on it, and then it's going to show up in a new browser tab, highlight it, so it's copied, and then File, Load from Cloud. Okay, and then you'll see basically my layout. Okay, so Naveen, it's possible that you have not completed, if you just signed up, it's possible that you've not completed the exchange agreements. So, and I don't know for sure, but what I'll get you to do is go to our home page, okay, and then where it says start a discussion, click on that, or Q&A or something like that, then say exactly what you just said and make sure you give them your email address so they can look up your account and they can try to figure out what's going on. Okay? That could be the reason. There might be something else, but certainly if it is something else, then they'll certainly be able to look at your account and try to figure out why, okay? Yeah, so KK, now what you can do, of course, is if you don't like, you've got this basic new highs, if you don't like, the price range I have or anything else, I mean, you just have to go in and change. You can add your own filter. As you get used to the program, you can add things. Your idea may not be necessarily a new high. I mean, that's what I like, but maybe you want a new 15-minute high or a 5-minute high or something else. But, this is what I like to see. Okay, well, I'm going to pop the same thing, and your agreements have been signed. Okay, go to the home page. This is what I'm talking about. If you go to the home page and questions and answers, say exactly the same thing. Hey, I just signed up for premium or for the service. So it's premium for you also? Because it says you do not have permission when you invoke the AI strategies window. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I apologize, but just go to, do that. And sorry, where was it? Yeah, just start the Q&A. Say exactly the same thing. I have premium. You might even want to say that I have signed the exchange agreements. Make sure you give them the email address so they use a sign up. Then they'll check your account and figure out what's going on. It may be a glitch, and they'll be able to manually turn you on if you have signed everything correctly. Okay. Okay, that is a bit of a glitch. All right. Meanwhile, now, notice what happened, guys. Remember, I took this ATIF trade. And just one moment, please. Guys, give me a moment, please. And I want to explain something also about this ATIF. Lots of action this morning, man. Oh man. Just give me a moment here. I seem to have lost my music. There we are. All right. So, ATIF. Notice I put in a target. And it took me out. I put the target in. I think it was at where are you? Well, it took me out for plus 34. I must have put my target. I can't see it exactly at $1.20. That's right. I put a target at $1.20 just to show you how you can do that. Okay. Now, here's the word on that. If you're approaching your target, I mean, I could have moved this, if I'm really watching and I was really in a trade like that, of course I could have moved that line up and up and up. Okay, why would I get out if the trade is really working well? Okay, so, but I just wanted to, I'm glad it took me out of the trade to show you how that works in an auto fashion. But would real world, of course I wouldn't have got out at 120. Well, look, guys, I'm getting a lot of questions about what's happening with ACY. I mean, it's, you know, there is news on it. I mean, do you think the news is great? It doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just something to do with ATIF, following Aero Century News about an NYSE listing. So ATIF has a 6.5% stake in the company. So, you know, does it warrant this ridiculous move? Probably not, but it doesn't matter what we think. You'll go broke trying to say, well, this shouldn't happen, therefore I shall short. You'll go broke. No shorts were available for me anyway. You know, at some point, is this going to come down? I think we all agree that it is, but I'm sure people thought it's going to come down here, it's going to come down here, it's going to come down here, 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 here. That helps, yeah. I mean, well, I shouldn't say nobody can. I mean, I can't at Interactive Brokers. Doesn't mean nobody can. Okay, it just is. It's just not short. There are no shorts available for me. Well, I mean, they could search for them, but you know, I just don't do that. You know, that's Interactive Brokers. I don't know. I can't speak for all the other brokerages out there. Many brokerages, Stuart. Who do you have? You know, off the top of my, I mean, Thinkorswim, TradeStation. You know, I don't know the brokerages anymore. There's been so much consolidation. E-Trade, obviously. Q-Trade, absolutely. So are you the one who asked in, yeah, Q-Trade, absolutely. You're talking, oh, well, I'm sorry, Q-Trade. Are you talking Questrade in Canada, or are you talking the old, wow, Q-Trade. I haven't seen Q-Trade in a long time. They're still around? So you're not talking about Questrade in Canada, you're talking Q-Trade. Oh, you are talking Questrade. Yes, absolutely. I used to have Questrade, so I'm Canadian. So I used to have Questrade. Very easy. You just probably, I can't remember exactly, but the only thing you want to do if you're looking for Canadian stocks also is when you follow this, the add link, I think you just put it in the order entry. Okay, establish the link, but use this rule. Let me see, I better show you the rule. See where it says rule, drop down? And if you click on DISNAT, because DISNAT and Questrade use the same appendages for Canadian stocks. We don't. You see, Trade Ideas uses .cat and .cav, okay? So if you had a Canadian stock, I mean, this is a moot point. If you're not going to trade Canadians, then it doesn't matter. But if you are, then what happens is it takes the Trade Ideas appendages and it automatically adds the .vn and the .to. So the bottom line is, yes, we do link with Questrade. The refresh rate for the simulator. Well, it's certainly not 10 minutes, so I'm not sure what you're seeing. Let me. Yeah, I don't know. That should obviously that's not the case. I mean, I'm just looking at here. There's glue at 960. There's the price, 960. There's last. Okay, then the link is simple. And it really isn't way over your head. The link is very simple then. Just probably have to go into the order entry in Questrade. Just, follow the rules, tools, external linking, add a link, and then, keeping the window act. Just follow these rules. Probably just put your pointer right in the Questrade order entry. Just follow the rules, and then the link will be established. How it helps? So Verinder, it's just a time saver. So if you're clicking on a lot of alerts like myself and a lot of other people do during the day, instead of when I see an alert, so let's just say I see THBR. And so if I don't have to now type THBR into my order entry in the brokerage platform, it just automatically loads there. So if I'm clicking a lot of alerts all day long, it just automatically loads into it. It's just a time saver. Does that make sense? I mean, it's not mandatory. It's just a big time saver. Okay, so if it depends on your broker. I mean, but we link with many brokerage platforms. So we have a from here, and it's only in the downloadable app. It's not available in the web-based version if that's what you're using, or if you don't have the program at all, Trade Ideas at all. I mean, so when we click on Tools, External Linking, add a link, and then you just follow these linking instructions. Okay, and if you go to you just follow those linking instructions, and again, we link with many brokers. So again, if you click on a link, like an alert from Trade, any symbol from Trade Ideas, it just will automatically load into your order entry, into your brokerage platform. It's that simple. And then from there, from within your brokerage platform, you trade. It's just a time saver. Okay, that's all it is. It's a time saver. So here I click on NPA. It loads into my order entry into my brokerage platform. So I don't have to type it in. Okay? I mean, if you only look at 2 or 3 symbols a day, it doesn't matter. You can, so you have to type it in. It's not that big a deal. But again, if you're like me, clicking on probably hundreds of symbols a day, or 100, times a day at least, it'd be a pain to have to type it in over and over. Yeah, that's impossible for me to answer, Verinda. You mean it's freezing up? It's freezing? That is something. I mean, I won't be able to help you there. I mean, So are you talking about it's frozen? So you're going to have to go Control Alt Delete to stop the program? I mean, it's impossible for me to know why. All I can do is send you to our tech support, and they might be able to help you. So again, I don't quite understand when you say freezing in between clicks. So you click and then it's frozen and then you can't do anything. Is that what you mean? Yeah, ATIF was halted. Again, guys, if you have the program, oh, then you have to wait a few seconds. Now, I wonder, can you see? You know, it's very difficult to see, but in the toolbar, right underneath File, there is a number like 23 or 28 MS. That'll show you your connection. What does it say? If I can expand this a little bit, you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. See, it says, if you can see my screen, you see it says 23. What does yours say? I mean, it's going to fluctuate, but what does yours say? You know, in your toolbar, right underneath File, you should have a number. Okay, so you're a little bit, and is it really consistent over 100? Does it? The recommendation is it should be under 100. Well, you can't do anything about it. Yeah, okay, so you've got something going on. You may have a lot of either topless windows open with a lot of, I mean, I'll try to troubleshoot a little bit, but how many topless windows do you have open? Just Interactive Brokers right now, Stuart. You have to have an Interactive Brokers account right now in order to use this Brokerage Plus window. How many topless windows do you have open, Verinder? So Tim, if you have our product, I mean, that's one of the scans that I'm sharing. The halts resume. So you can have this window. Okay, so 6 topless windows. Okay, so right click and go to time frame and go to this. Okay, I'll do it a little slower. Right click, time frame, set record count. What do you have for record count? And that's in the topless window, okay? Just the T windows. So guys, you can see that, I mean, people ask me, why don't I trade more? I mean, part of the job is to, help people understand how to use the program. I'm missing trades, left and right. It's fine. I mean, that's just the nature of what I do. PSTX looks like it's awesome. So, Sidhu, can you answer that question for me? Or Verinder, sorry. Okay, well, I'm going to have to get back to doing other things. I'm just asking you if you can tell me in your top list windows, if you right click, time frame, set record count, tell me what that number is. It's like 50. I mean, there could be another reason, which I'll go over, and if that's not the case, I'll have to send you to tech support. Meanwhile, look at this anti. Again, I want to really stress this point. Just because you put an alert, I mean, would I've got out of that at that price target 120? Of course not. Yeah, hard for me to know. Okay, the flags. I'm not sure I know what you mean by the flags. Hi, everyone. In the, not sure I know what you mean by the flags. And I don't understand an alert window open for volume. I mean, that it sounds like more like a topless window. Does it say A or a T in the top left-hand corner? Okay. So here's one thing I would do. I would no, you can send me the cloud link, okay? Okay. 100 isn't excessive, but you might want to reduce it to 50. You have 6 of them open at 50. You might want to reduce them to 50. The other thing to do is this. Right click on a window and see if it says pinned. Any one of the windows that you've got, okay? Just see if it says pinned. So right click a window and see if it says pinned. And that's through a Verinder. Not one of them is pinned? Okay, then I can't help you. You're going to have to go to the home page. I don't know what's going on. You'll have to go to the home page and, because your time, it might be your computer, it might be your internet connection. I can't help you, unfortunately. Let me just give you the home page link. Typically, the reason is pinning or way too many symbols showing up in your topless window. But in your case, that's not happening. So, or that's not the occasion. Okay, and just start a discussion. So hi everyone, what you should do is this, send me a cloud link, right click on the alert window, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, click on that. You'll see that then the link will appear, then copy the link in. Copy the link into the room, Control V it into there so I can take a look at it. Okay, so right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, say OK, the link is then copied and then pasted in, Control V will paste it in. Just paste it in right there, then I can take a look at it, okay? So an alert window creates the event. You create an alert window because you want to create some filters and then you want to see real time when a new high or a new low. These are the triggers that I've created. Okay, the alerts. I have many alerts that I can pick from, but I've picked new high and new low. So that's why you use an alert window. You set up your filters ahead of time, and then to whittle the number of stocks that you're going to be looking at down to a manageable number. Because if I didn't put filters in and I just said show me all the stocks making a new high or a new low, obviously I'd be inundated. So that's why you start your filters and then you put a trigger in. That's what an alert window is. It'll give you the real time alert when all your filters have been met. Okay? A topless window has another. What if you just wanted to see the stocks that are up most for the day? Topless window basically ranks the stocks. You know, and as an example, you want to see stocks that are up the most for the day. A stock that could be up the most for the day could be sinking, though. It's not making a new high, so, you know, it's not going to show up here. But you just want to see stocks that are up the most for the day, or stocks that are, you know, the most up in the last 5 minutes or the last 30 minutes, things like that. That's what a topless window is used for. You're probably missing these two. Not this one though, right? You have this one, right, KK? Yeah, just these two. Yeah. So here's how you do it. You know, I'll show you. I like to just give me a second here as I minimize a window. So this is the don't repeat version of this. So what I've done here is FPay will continue. You'll see FPay over and over and over again as it keeps making a new high. So later on, if it takes out 336, you'll see FPay here. You'll notice FPay only shows up once. Awesome, by the way. Only shows up once here because I've got it in what's called don't repeat. So the first time we see FPay was at 1057 and the price was 287. Why do I do that? Because I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened after that? Well, obviously pretty awesome. 287, it got up to 335. Okay, so that's the don't repeat. So how you would construct it the same way is you would take this window and duplicate it. Okay, you've duplicated the window. Then right click, and where it says, and right click properties, and then where it says don't repeat. Now we have various time frames, but you would check the don't repeat, and you can don't repeat the symbol for a minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the entire day, which is what I've done. Okay, and that's what I did, and that's all you would do. You just say okay, and I'll probably give it another name, like I called it the don't repeat. Okay. You don't have to have these windows, but I like to see them because I like to go back in time and say to myself, okay, what happened after that alert? Yeah, if you're using straight Wi-Fi, that is I'm almost 100% sure that's the issue. You should hardwire your modem into your desktop. That's probably the reason, almost for sure. Whew, okay, a lot of questions. 11:32 already. I see ACY is still halted, right? Well, I mean, look, I guess if you got a fantastic Wi-Fi connection, and it works fine. But I mean, you know, I'm answering somebody else in the YouTube feed, and his, he's way over 100 in our, and looking at that number here, we say that 100 and less should be okay. If you have over 100, then you might run into problems. But if you're using a pure Wi-Fi connection and you're getting under 100, then fine. I have never tried it with a pure Wi-Fi connection. I'm in Vancouver. So this is okay. So now this has finally been halted because of news. Now I think this is more of an SEC halt, and they're going to say to them, "Why the heck is this doing this?" Ah, cool. Okay. All right, guys. Well, okay, things have settled down a little bit for me now. Not as I don't have any more questions that I can see anyway. Okay, that's okay. Hi. Hi back. We have a very polite room here. All right, I haven't even had a chance to look at any of the AI alerts after, about the first half hour. So I see, yeah, Yelp's not too bad. Okay, so when you say how can we use Holly Grail, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, don't send. There's no point in sending your cloud link to me, Verinder. Okay, I mean I can only do so much technically. Okay, that's why I said go to the home page. Okay, go to the. Oops, sorry. That's the wrong link. Just go to the home page, and we have some technical guys there that might be able to take a look and see what's going on. But it might be just your internet connection. Okay. Okay. So when you say you don't know how you can use Holly, first of all, do you have our premium service? I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. That is you, Benham. You have our premium service. Yeah, because there's no way I can check. I mean, it sounds to me it must be your internet speed. Okay, so this is what I would do now. From the toolbar, I would click on New, and then I would click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you do that, you will see all of the AI alerts as they come in all day long, okay? Now, if you're going to ask me how to trade them, this is going to be up to you. You know, it's laid out. You have an entry price, you have a stop price. How you trade them is going to be up to you. I use it as a watch list more than anything. Okay, I don't get too hung up on not getting in to trades right at the penny. I don't trade all the AI alerts. I have a certain price range that I like to trade, which is under 20, and that is just me. So if you're asking me, well, how do I trade this? You know, unfortunately, it's going to be up to you. Not unfortunately, but I mean, you have an entry price, you have a stop, and then it'll be up to you to trade. Trade to your plan. I mean, it's probably not what you want to hear. You probably want to say, well, just take trades and, exit when the AI exits. That's not recommended. If you want to take the trades right at the time of the trades, I mean, you can do it, Personally, I like to, if I get an AI alert, I like to load the chart. I like to see what sort of resistance there is nearby. I also like to see what the market is doing, and I can sum this up really quickly. That'll make up my mind whether I want to take the trade immediately or not. So there is a little bit of, trading experience that is going to go into it. The other thing is, I would not worry about, whether it comes from Holy Grail, Neo. I hope one day we'll just get rid of all this, the differentiation. To me, it doesn't make any difference whether a trade comes from Holy Grail, Holy Neo, or Holy 2.0. I don't even see Holy 2.0. I don't care. Here are the strategies that made the cut today. I don't care from what strategy we get an alert. All I care about is show me the alerts, and I'll figure out how to trade them. Look at this ATIF. I mean, I cannot emphasize more, this idea about that's why I rarely put a target. I think targets are, you know what, I don't want to say useless. You should have an idea, I suppose, where you think a stock could go, but to put an auto target in or something and just allow yourself to be taken out is crazy. It's the same with the AI. I mean, the AI could have had a target, okay? Let's just pretend this was an AI alert, and the AI alert was to get in at 108, and the target was, at right here at 140. And to understand every one of these AI alerts, there is probably some kind of a target. And to me, the target is it's artificial. The strategy has been optimized around usually a certain hold period and also a target. But each individual alert should be taken on their own. So why in the world, if this had been an AI alert at 109 and the target had been 144 or whatever, right at that 200 day, I'm not saying that's not that's something you would be aware of. Why would you get out though? Look how it's trading. So that's all I'm saying about targets is that, for me, manage the exits on your own. Well, how you use it or how significant they are is going to be up to you, of course. But, for me, position in range, I love that one because I'm always interested, of course, in stocks that are near the high of the day. So that's what this is telling you, at a glance, that a stock is at the 5-day high, at a 20-day high. Year range, it's not. I mean, it's it's not even 50% of its high. Past 3 months, though, it's at the high. So, I mean, this really at a glance, it can, without even having to look at a chart, it's kind of telling you where a stock is in relation to these ranges. How you're going to use it to help you, I mean, that really is going to be up to you. I love the position in the days range because I always like to see stocks that are near the highs of the day. I also use in this window here. I use the position in the previous day's range. I like to, in this window, I want to see stocks that are above yesterday's high. Okay. How you're going to use it, I mean, I can't tell you. Okay. I mean, people will have different preferences. Some people want to see stocks, near the low of the 3 months so that maybe they're bottoming out and maybe they're going to turn around. As an example. Wow, additive. Unreal. There's another one. I mean, just, and I was just using this as, hey, let's just do a test trade with the, in the simulator. Yeah, it's a halted. Kaiser, don't you have our program? Have the Halts resumes, man. you know, why don't you have the Halts resumes? You'll see it right there. It's halted because of news since 11:04. I know you'll have our program. Just load Halts resumes. I think you should get it. Then you'll know. But I will. Do I have a preferred time frame from RSI? No, I don't really use RSI that much. Okay, so to answer your question, no. Boy, we're having some just crazy moves, guys, now in these low floats. This is the day of the low float. Look at this AWX, 2.2 million in the float. So I mean, look at this. I mean, you can see right here. Just this is why I like to see this. The position. I mean, if it's green right to the end, that means these are all at their highs. But as a lifetime high, no, it's not a lifetime high. Not that that matters so much, but it just gives you you can kind of size things up when you have this. This is why I like to have this in my single stock window. These position. You too, Rodex. I take it you're leaving. Yeah. So Kobe, can you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do before I demonstrate? Okay. So left click on the chart just to make it the active chart. So left click on the chart. Control key press down on your keyboard. With it press down and then scroll in and out with your scroll wheel on your mouse. Okay, so control key press down on your keyboard. So the question is, and gets asked a lot, it's not intuitive. You have to scroll in and out of any chart. Just left click on the chart first, just so it makes it the active chart. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Yeah, the control key press down on your keyboard and then the scroll wheel on your mouse. Just scroll in and out like I'm doing. Okay? So Kaiser, how do you want me to answer that? The answer is yes. I'm not sure how you want me to answer it. Yes, it is, the trigger hit earlier. It could come back. I mean, what do you want me to say? All right, guys, so I will be taking a break in about a little over 5 minutes from now. So I think it is Sean in the room today. Let me just do a quick check. Somebody will be in the let me see if it is Sean. Okay, so what I want to do is somebody will be in the YouTube feed between 12 and 1, taking over for me. So I will put the link if you want to head over there. While I'm on a break, I take a break from about 12 to 12:30 You cannot open multiple layouts, Kobe. Okay? You can only have one layout loaded at a time. When you go to the channel bar, yes, you go to the channel bar and you click on, if you have a layout already up and running, when you click on anything in the channel bar, that is a layout. You go to the next channel, it's a layout, yes. Okay, now, what you should do, okay, Sean is, yeah, so it is Sean. So what you can do is, first of all, yeah, you can't do it. You save your layout to the cloud, okay? Save your layout to the cloud. Number one, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Most of the time, Kobe, once you get used to the program, most of the time you will not be going through the channel bar that much, okay? You'll have a layout, like I have a layout that I use, been using for it seems like years now. You know, do I make subtle changes? Yes. But most of the time, I'm not going to the channel bar clicking on different channels. You know, I will have my layout and I've saved this layout. You know, I have other windows, other Trade Ideas windows on my other monitors. Yes, so this is what, and unfortunately I can't demonstrate it because I've got a layout here that is not what I call pin, but let's just say for argument's sake, I loaded a layout, something from the channel bar, and these were my windows. And I saw this window here, and I thought, basic new highs, or basic new highs and lows. I think I'd like to see that one, or all you have to do is right-click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Okay? So you can go through the various channels and extract windows that you think you might like to see. And then once you've done that, then you can bring back your layout that you've already got. So that it'll show up on your screen, your layout that you have. And then you can then go File, Load from Cloud, and then you'll see the individual windows, scans, that you extracted from the channels. And you just bring them back one at a time. So they'll get added to your layout. Is that clear? And then of course, save your layout to the cloud again, so that all those individual scans are now incorporated into your layout. No, it's okay. It's absolutely, that's why I'm here. The other thing is, if you haven't done this already, if you haven't taken a look at the 20 short lessons, heartily recommend that you do that. Okay, the 20 short lessons, all the basic things like what is a top list, building a top list, what is an alert window, creating one, etc., etc. Lots and lots of custom layouts, okay? A lot of information is there. So before you go too further down, that's what I would do. Take a look at the 20 short lessons. Boy, there's a lot of activity this morning. So guys, in case you didn't know, I mean, for some of you who don't know, I mean, why I'm able to kind of bide my time also, I'm not too anxious about not getting into trades. You know, I'm in this IPOC. This was a swing. I had built a position up at 12. I did sell, you know, up and down along the way. And in fact, on Thursday, I added back to most of my position, but I had my core position at 12. Woke up this morning to almost 17. So I mean, and I did sell some this morning, just under 1650. So you know, I'm kind of set. I'm not too anxious about making trades. Yeah. So Kobe, you can do it. We don't recommend it. If you're talking about fully automation, like taking the the trades on the entry and fully auto. I mean, if you want to take the trades on the entry, okay, there's an argument to be made that if you want to do that, fine. But then our recommendation is to manage the exits on your own. You will get more out of it. But yes, you can. You can also create your own strategy and auto trade it if that's what you want to do. All of that is covered here. Here, meaning this. Oops. Okay, if you watch, you're in the tech support. Okay, if you watch this video, this is going to go over so much of how you, now you need an Interactive Brokers account to do it. Yes, exactly. Just to answer your next question, yes. So Ham, this is not nobody should be telling you to buy anything, okay? All right? Nobody, certainly not myself, should I buy? There's, you have to, right now I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. I see it's a little bit extended, but nobody is going to be telling you, yes, you should buy this. Sorry, I mean, it's not that type of room. You might get some opinions from people, maybe wait for a pullback to, 11 or, I mean, it again is one of these, it's a blank, you have to know what a blank check company is. If you don't know, look up this acronym, SPAC. This is going to tell you what they are if you don't know what they are. Yeah, so you can do something like this. Let me give you mine, okay? So you don't have to, I'm just going to give you, this is something. Now this is an alert window of it, but okay, that's an alert window of blank check acquisition companies, okay? There should not be a channel for IPOs. Unless it's just got added. Shouldn't be a channel for IPOs. Unless it was added. I don't see a channel for IPOs. Am I just missing it? My eyes are maybe a little blurry. I just don't see a channel for IPOs. But with the SPACs, isn't there a top list window in the SPACs and you just extract it? Isn't there a top list window in the SPACs and you just extract it?
It's kind of hard to explain, it's just a feeling I get from making music, making love, getting both feet wet. Whatever beats to the puzzle, snap tight in the groove. And let my
Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Merry Christmas. A couple days late. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday, wonderful long weekend. So this is the live Q&A session. This will be going on for the next hour. I'm your host. This is an opportunity for you to ask questions about the platform. Any questions you have about creating a window, how to manipulate some windows, how to create layouts, how to use the AI, anything you need help with. This next hour will be driven by the questions that you ask. So I see there's a couple questions in here right now. Batlights, how can I see my renewal date? You'll have to log into the website, I believe. If you go to, I'm going to check it out on a different channel here. One sec. Trade. Let's see. If you go to tradeideas.com, that's our homepage. Trade-ideas.com is the homepage. And at the top, there's a login button up at the top. And that'll take you to your account page. Now let me see if you can see your renewal date on here. I'm not sure if you can. All right, let's see. I'm not sure if you can see it. I'm clicking through here. The best thing to do really, Batlights, is just send an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and the accounts people will be able to straighten you out, let you know what you need to know. I'm just, let me click around a little bit more here. I'm not seeing it. When I clicked billing and contact information, I got kind of taken to a weird spot. Yeah, it's not working for me. So yeah, info@trade-ideas.com, Batlights. They'll be able to help you out with that real easy. Okay, Tim, I see your question. Why isn't there a channel for IPOs? That's a good question. Why isn't there a channel for IPOs? And I don't have an answer for that. Probably the reason why is because it's a channel that would have to be constantly updated. And we don't have a symbol list that just dynamically changes symbols as IPOs come available. It would have to be a manual process. So that's probably why there's no IPO channel. And besides, if there was an IPO, how long do we keep the tickers on the IPO page? How long do we consider it an IPO? Just the day it trades, the first day it trades, the first week it trades, the first month? I'm not sure. I think the answer would be different for everybody. But no, we don't have a IPOs page. But, if you're looking to find out what stocks are IPOing, a simple Google search should find that for you. And you could, once they start trading, you can build a list, your own custom list within Trade Ideas. And by the way, if you don't know how to do that, this will be instructional for everybody. With your TI menu bar up at the top, you go to the tools and you go to symbol lists. And here's where you can create your own custom list. You just go here, click create new list, give it a name. We can call it IPOs. And then it'll show up here in my window. Just click on it and click edit list. And then here I could just start, typing symbols. All right, whatever symbols they are, I'm just making symbols up. And then you hit OK, and then that'll be your symbol list. Not the best answer. It's not the best solution, Tim, but it could work for you. Domi Flitchy, I can't see your chart, unfortunately. Can't share charts in here, so that doesn't work. So basically, it sounds like you want to see an alert for a stock that's consolidating after a big move. Well, there's no one way to answer that, but there's a number of things you could experiment with. Let's create an alert window here. We'll start from scratch. And if you're looking for a stock that's consolidating, There's a few options here. If we go to the search tab and just type in consolidation, you'll notice we have a consolidation alert right there. For many people, this will be useful to you. Now, you want that consolidation to happen after a large down move, it sounded like. Okay, yeah, after a large down move. So maybe you use this consolidation alert, but you also add in a, let's do a position and range. Maybe do like a position in the last 30-minute range, right? So over the last 30 minutes, if we add a filter here and we set it so that it's in the, let's say put the max, let's say the 20%, right? So we're in the lower 20th percent of the last 30-minute range. That's where the consolidation is happening. So it basically would kind of imply that at the beginning of that 30-minute range, you had a big sell-off or a large, well, large is subjective, right? But you had a sell-off, and now we're in the bottom 20% of it, and that's where the consolidation is happening. That might be something that could work for you. So to the person named hi everyone, I see your question. If your charts are not, if you're not seeing your charts updating, like if you click on a ticker and you're not getting any data thrown in there, maybe you just need to reset your connection. You go to your TI menu bar up here, go to account and just hit reset connection. A lot of times that'll get your data fixed and get you ready to go. Okay, Aya, can you show how to load your own strategy in Brokerage Plus? Dami Flitchy, I'm glad that that helped. Okay, so Aya, how can I load my own strategy in B Plus? Okay, good question. A strategy essentially is an alert window. Okay, so we first need to understand that. All right, so when you see alert windows on my screen, I got one here, I got one here. An alert window is essentially a strategy. We use those phrases interchangeably. All right, so let's talk about my all-time high strategy. Like basically this is a window that's just alerting me anytime a stock makes a new all-time high. Well, if I want to trade stocks that break out to new all-time highs or are making a new all-time high, that's a strategy. So what I want to do if I want to import this strategy into my Brokerage Plus is first things first is I need to go here and I need to make sure that this alert window or this strategy is saved in my cloud. So to do that, I just right click anywhere in the window and hit save or share to cloud. Okay, there is the name of it, all-time highs. I'm just going to go ahead and hit save. This makes sure that this window is already in my cloud. I think it already was, but we'll just repeat it. Great. Next thing is in your Brokerage Plus window, you want to find your strategies tab. Okay, click on strategies tab. Oh, let's pretend we don't see this because I already had it in there. But these are my current strategies, right? I've got two. I got this discretionary long, discretionary short is a default for everybody. Ignore those. But swing trade buys and swing trade short are strategies I've created for myself, and these are the ones that are open. Now, if I want to add that new strategy, that all-time high strategy that I just saved to my cloud, the way I do that is in my Brokerage Plus window and just, the empty space here, just right click and hit load from cloud. And then all-time highs is gonna be right there at the top because that's the one I most recently saved. I just highlight it, hit load, and then I choose add to existing. Do not choose replace all existing. I don't know why that's even an option. Just click add to existing. This will keep all of your existing strategies plus the new one you are adding. And there you go. All-time high strategy. Now, of course, before you turn it on and get started trading, you'll want to make sure you've got the parameters set as far as position sizing and risk management. The way you do that is you just right-click in the window, go to edit trading strategy. And you're going to work through each of these tabs and make sure you got everything the way you want it to be. Most importantly would be the order details tab where you set your position sizing. You could risk a fixed dollar amount. So I've got it set there where it'll invest $10,000 every time it makes a trade. So that'll buy as many shares as that'll buy, right? I could also do fixed shares where, I like to trade in 200 share blocks or 500 share blocks, whatever your number is. I don't prefer that. My preferred one is based on stop loss. Where based on stop loss, the risk value here, you can set a number, let's say 200. This means that whatever trade I put on, I'm going to risk no more than $200 of my capital. And it's based on stop loss. So you'll set your stop loss on the next tab here, the risk management tab. You go here and stop loss, I've got it set at percent. And if I set this, say, at 5.0, this means my stop loss level will be set at 5% away from my entry price. So looking at Twitter up here, since it's the chart that's up, it's currently trading at 54.71. So 5%, if I were to buy this stock right now, 5% below this price would be about, 52-ish. And so based on where your stop loss level is, it's going to calculate your share size such that if your stop loss level gets hit, you will not be risking more than $200 per trade. I like that. That's the way I do it. So that's how you set up a strategy in Brokerage Plus Window. Again, you just you upload it from your cloud. You right-click, load from cloud, and you find the strategy you want. If I want to do Smalls Tracker, I could load that. Add to existing, and there you go. There's my new strategy. And if I want to delete any one of them, I just right-click, delete. Boom. And by the way, once I went through all the parameters and made sure all-time highs is correct. Once it's set up the way I want it, then I got to turn it on, right? See where it says strategy status and they're currently off? If I want to turn it on, I just right-click in the window or right-click on that strategy and click right here, click to enable, and that will turn it on. All right. Hope that made sense to you. Who asked that question? Oh, it was Aya. Jatinder, you're saying the two tickers are stuck in your Brokerage Plus window, meaning they're showing up in your positions tab right here in your positions, and you don't have positions there? Just give me some clarity on that, my friend. Thank you. Well, Jatinder, I think Steve Gomez had your answer there. That at least with ACY appears to be halted. Let's pull up my chart there. Yeah, it looks like it last traded about an hour ago, over an hour ago. That's the deal with that ACY. Let's see what's up with RHE. Same story. Both of these tickers are halted. There you go. Thanks, Steve. Thanks for the assist. Yep, those two tickers are halted. That's why you can't exit those trades. And that's the, oh yeah, I think that answered the question for both those people. Safe, why are stocks halted? Well, there's a variety of reasons why stocks can halt. Usually the biggest reason is because there's news pending, some material news that is likely to have a drastic effect on the movement of stock price. I mean, look at this stock, for example. This stock was a $1.34 stock about an hour ago, and it's now a $10 stock. That's just not normal price movement. Something's up, and a lot of times the exchanges will halt a stock when you see crazy movements like that. Believe it or not, it actually protects you, the investor. Imagine if you were in this stock and you were short, right? Can you imagine being in short a stock that is tripled in 10 minutes? So anyway, a lot of times the exchanges will halt stocks if there's sudden movement, like it's way too much movement, relative to what the stock should be moving in a normal day, just to let cooler heads prevail. So is it normal? Well, no, but it happens every day. There are lots of stocks that get halted every day for various reasons. All right, folks. Well, we had a good 15-minute start here. I think we're caught up on questions. So reminder for those of you who are here now, got 89 of you watching today. Wow, that's a lot for a holiday shortened week. Maybe it's because you're all home from work this week and you got some time and you're brushing up on your trade ideas. That's good. That's good. But yeah, this next for the next 45 minutes that I have left with you, this is for answering questions about the platform as best as I can. I should have dropped my standard disclaimer at the top, like I always do, about how I don't know everything about the platform, but I know enough to be dangerous, and I could help out most of you. Anything that I can't, I could certainly steer you in the right direction to get that stuff answered. Wow. Well, congrats on that trade. I'm glad that it already paid for your subscription. Wow. Yeah, look at this stock. This thing went from $8 to $38. Wow. This is intraday, folks. This is not a daily chart, which even a daily chart would be very impressive. But yeah, that's dangerous stuff, though. Dangerous stuff. You could ignore the custom route. That's just, unnecessary. Just stick with the standard stuff. Abby, you want to have multiple layouts? Okay, great. You can have multiple layouts. You can only have one layout open at a time, right? But you can have multiple layouts. In fact, if you go to if I open up right now, if I go to my TI menu bar and go to File, Load Layout, you'll notice I have a number of layouts in here. Every one of these files with a .lti at the end is a different layout. Okay, I can open up any one of these layouts at any time. Look, I got like 30 layouts in here, probably more. Okay, so anytime you have a layout, let's say you've just created the layout that I have here on my screen now, right? You just created this, you've got it exactly the way you want it, and you want to save this as a layout. Quite simply, you just go to your TI menu bar, go to File, and hit Save Layout, and give it a name. All right, we'll call this Abby's Layout. And hit save, and now it'll always be available. You could load it at any time just by going to File, Load Layout, and find it. There it is, Abby's Layout. Hit open, and it'll open. That's correct, Abby. Jatinder, you are right. The trade of the week that Steve runs, he does a fantastic job with it. And boy, have there been some big winners of recent note. So Steve is here in the chat, so he hears you, he sees you. So thanks for giving him a shout out. Steve, you must be bored hanging out with me today. I appreciate it, though. Whew, looking out my window, the snow is about to roll in. We didn't have a white Christmas, but it's about to get white. I could see the snow coming over the mountain where I live here. It's coming. Well, Steve, they can't all be winners, buddy. You're getting spoiled. Glue off to a bad start today. Yeah, that's a pretty ugly open. Steve, they can't all be winners, buddy. Come on. AWX, what's going on there? Man, a lot of these stocks. It must be I don't know. Smells like shenanigans to me. These penny stocks making big moves during holiday week. That raises my shenanigans radar. Nazir, lucky me having snow. You must live someplace hot, or you don't get snow. I'm coming to you live from Colorado, where snow is a nearly year-round experience in some parts. If you really want it, almost any time of the year, you could find snow if you're willing to put in a little bit of a drive. For probably 11 months out of the year, I'm always within a no more than a 2-hour drive to find snow, which is nice, especially on the hot days, especially when it's 100 degrees down here where I live. I could drive up for an hour or two to the mountains and find some snow that I could make snowballs with and roll around in if I want. Yep, I love Colorado too. I've been here, what's it now? 8 years, a little over 8 years now. Love it. All right, Abby, let's get back to work here. Okay, let's say I like a stock and you put it in a watch list. Yes. What next? You're talking about building your own custom list. You could do that here. TI menu bar, go up to tools, symbol lists. And here's where you can add to any existing lists or create a new list. I'm guessing that answered your question, Abby. Great. Yeah, you could create your list here, right? Create a new list. We'll call it Abby's list. I can't type. There we go. Abby's list. Hit OK. Then it shows up here in my window. I highlight it and click Edit List, and then I could start putting in any symbols I want, right? And then hit OK. And then you'll see Abby's list. It's got a 4 next to it because that's how many symbols are in that list. And once you've created that list, by the way, then whenever you're creating your own top list or an alert window, let's create a top list from scratch here. If you want to have this top list only point to stocks in your custom symbol list, the way you do that is you go to the symbol list tab here, and you're going to want to click Add Exist. Actually shows up right there. Abby's list. It's already there. Just go ahead and click it right there, and now it's only going to follow stocks or send scans against that list. Okay. Now these always default to all symbols, but you could change them to only the following list and click Abby's list, and there you go. Okay. Hope that was instructive. Today's your first sim day with Trade Ideas. Well, welcome. Welcome. I'm glad to hear that you're using the sim before you start trading with real money. That's just a good best practice, right? You might be the best trader in the world, but if you've never done automated trading before, it's best to try it out in the simulator first, just to get a feel for how things work, how the executions look, the workflow involved in making sure your strategies are working the way they want. It's just best practice. Invest a week into, at the bare minimum, invest a week in the simulator and make all your, if you make any errors, make those errors while you're simulated trading. Because once you go live, it's not going to change much. It's still going to be the same processes. You're still going to hit the same buttons and you're still going to do the same things. So practice in the simulator. Which that reminds me, this is something I tend to do on Mondays. I haven't done this yet because we've had a bunch of questions come in. But I want to point out here, I'm using the simulator right here since we're talking about the simulator. And all these open positions that you see here, these are all simulated trades. I wish this was real money. I got some big winners in here. But these are simulated trades where I am demoing using the AI to enter into swing trades. So every single one of these trades that you see here, every one of these tickers, these were tickers that were first traded by the Holly AI. That's where I got the idea from. And then I've just stuck with them. So one thing I want you to notice, and whether you're using the simulator or if you're live trading, is when you have a position on, I clicked on Fate and you can see the charts up here. It's a daily chart and here's a 5-minute chart. When you have a trade on and you have a working stop loss order, you'll see the stop loss order displayed on your chart. Not only will it show you the price at which your stop loss order is working, it'll show you what your P&L will be if you get executed at or near your stop loss. In this case, I'll walk away with a $3,200 profit. Pretty nice, right? If you look in my positions window here in Brokerage Plus, you'll see that I'm currently sitting on $4,500 of open profit. But if it were to sell off and come down to my stop loss level, that's the profit I would walk away with. Now, the way I manage my positions isn't for everybody, but what I do as a swing trader, I'm just eyeballing, okay? I don't have any science behind where I place my stops. I just eyeball the charts and I like to drag my stop loss up just below good support levels. Now, one thing you'll notice is really cool on Trade Ideas charts is you could drag and drop your stop loss orders anywhere to make it super easy. Like, see this stop loss order? If I wanted to drag it up, I just click it and drag it up. Look at that. And now there's my stop loss order. Pretty simple, right? I don't know about you guys, but I'm a very visual person and I love being able to just eyeball and drag and drop my stop loss orders. This is, to me, a game changer. And I'm going to drag my stop loss order to right there, just right above what was former resistance, now might be support. So I'm going to drag my stop loss orders. So what I do typically on every Monday, I usually do it during this support session, is I'll go through all my open positions and update any of my stop loss orders that need to be updated. Here's what I'm going to drag up, lock in some profits a little bit. There we go. Again, I'm just eyeballing levels here, folks. This is no no hard science. I'm just, reducing my risk, locking in some profits while still giving positions some room to work, right? So I'm not updating all my stop loss orders. Some I like right where they are for now. I'm just cycling through. I mean, I'll drag this one up here. That looks like a good little support level right there. Okay, great. I'll just zip through this here. I'll be done in a second, but I think this is, I'm just trying to show you guys how easy this is to manage a portfolio of positions. I've got, 30 positions on, but I'm not sweating every tick. Again, this is simulated trading, of course, right? So don't think that I'm some trading genius or trading god because I'm so cavalier about these stop loss orders. This is simulated trading, but I would I would manage my portfolio the same way if this were live. Me and Steve, who's in here, Steve and I have both been trading for over 20 years. Steve over 25 years. And, we kind of, during all the time, all that seat time we've put in, we've learned a thing or two. And we have a good gut feel of when a trend is no longer working. So that's kind of what I'm relying on here as I move my stop loss orders up. Almost done here. Let's drag this one back up to break even. There we go. You'll notice, by the way, that I never move my stop loss orders down. And these are all long trades. That's how I prefer to swing trade. I prefer to swing trade on the long side. That's just my preference. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but that's what I do. And so I'm only in long positions, and I never move my stop loss down, right? That's not a best practice for trading. You always want to be moving your stop loss in the direction of the trend. And I'm going to move mine to break even on this trade. And I think the rest of these can stay. Yeah, okay, we're all good. By the way, I want to go back up to this FUBU. I got stopped out of this today. I mean, look at this. What a run this thing had. But got stopped out today. Oh, well. Looks like I still have some shares on it. You know what? I might have done another trade here by accident when I was demoing something. Let me just close this trade out. Which, by the way, you could close out any trade just by highlighting it. See that? And then hit flatten button. This will get you out of the position. And now I'm out. If I go to my executions tab, you'll see there's the order. I sold I sold my position. Got out. All right. Let me see. Let me catch back up on questions here. Jatinder, you use TradingView for charting. Is there ever a possibility of integrating them with IT? Well, if you mean building their charts direct into the Trade Ideas platform, probably not going to happen anytime soon. You can link your charts, or you can link Trade Ideas to TradingView. Meaning anytime you click on a symbol in your Trade Ideas platform, so I would click on CVLT, it would also load up CVLT on TradingView charts simultaneously. And the way you do that is you have to be running both programs. But in your TI menu bar, you go to Tools, External Linking, and you're going to create a link. You're going to click Add Link, okay? And then what this window is telling you is, let's say this window here is my, just for argument's sake, let's say this is TradingView, right? And this is where I would type in my symbol in the TradingView platform. All right. So you would hover your mouse over that location and hit the Shift key on your keyboard, which then selects that window. You can see it's selected, and then you would hit OK. I'm not going to do that though, because it messes up the system when I link back to itself. But once you got that all set up, there it is. You hit close, and then you should be all linked. Let me just delete that real quick though. So yeah, so just go to Tools, External Linking, click Add Link, and then follow those instructions. You don't need to worry about the rule with TradingView. I think you just move your mouse over here and hit Shift, and you're good to go. I believe that's how that works. I don't use TradingView myself, so I can't speak from experience. NAR-E, do I personally swing trade anymore? I do, but I primarily do it through the options market. I'm almost 95% options trading these days. But yes, I do take directional bets in stocks using options, which is kind of out of the purview of what we do here at Trade Ideas. Trade Ideas is more focused on stocks. Now, options traders can use Trade Ideas to inform themselves on great stocks to take a directional bet on, that's for sure. The quickest way to change your stop loss, that's what I was just showing you before. You just drag and drop. When you see it on your chart, just drag it. Just click on it, whoop, drag it. Oops, it'll take in a second. There it goes. There's my stop loss, new level, but I don't want it there. I'm going to move it up here. Just drag. So basically, just click on it, right, to select it, and then drag it, and then let go of my mouse, and boom, that's where the stop loss order is. It's pretty simple. That's the quickest way. I mean, there are other ways. Like if I go to this PGNY here, right, I could, in my Brokerage Plus window, I could right-click here and click Modify Stop Order, right? I could enter an exact price or move the break even, or there's some different options here, which is cool, right? But for me, the simplest and easiest way is just drag and drop the stop loss order that you see on your chart. Super simple. Oh, that snow, as promised, is now falling outside my window. It's going to be a white New Year, perhaps. You guys seen this new SPACs channel? This is pretty cool. all the actions in the SPACs these days, it seems like. For those of you who don't know what a SPAC is, it's basically a blank check company where these companies are formed with a whole bunch of money, a whole pot of money, but they don't actually have a business yet. And they go public as such. And basically the plan is that they're going to use that big pot of money to go buy a private company and roll it into their stock. It's the amazing ways that finance can create ways around the rules is pretty amazing to me. But anyway, that's a whole different discussion. But the blank check companies, there's been a lot of action in this space if you've been paying attention over the last several months. So we've built a new channel here where you could see the biggest movers that are happening, so you can get involved in some of these stocks. So Jatinder, you're talking about support and resistance. So if I right click and go to indicators in a chart, you are saying you would like a support and resistance option right here along the left. I don't know if that's something that's coming because, I mean, everyone has their own idea of support and resistance, right? I mean, what looks like support to me might not be support to you, but you could add support and resistance to any of your charts. Like if I'm looking at this chart right here, if I want to add a support level, I could just go here. See these little, next to the heart, see these little icons here? These are where you can add some annotations to your chart. If I go ahead and click this flat one, I click it once, that activates it. And then I move my mouse to where on the chart I want it to be. I click again, and look at that. It just drew a horizontal line. And that could be my support. And now now that it's there, I can drag it. I can move it around. I can move it lower, right? Or if I want to also add a resistance level, I could do that again. Just click the horizontal button here. 1, 2. So it's basically 2 clicks. And now I got my resistance level up here. And you could change the colors of these things too if you want. So now I've changed the color to blue, right? Just by clicking on the little, you click on what you want to change color. So see this orange line, I click on the orange line to activate it. Then I go to the little colors box here. And I could change the colors. Change it to red. There we go. Well, Nair, I don't personally trade SPACs, so I'm with you. It's caught my attention as well, but I don't know much about them, and I just don't trade them. But that said, if you're an intraday trader who's just looking for action, do you really care what it is? As long as it's moving, right? As long as there's volume and it's moving, I'll trade toilet bowls if there's a market for it. I don't care. Just give me a market. Just give me some volume. Give me an easy way to get in and an easy way to get out, and I'll trade it. So, I mean, it's not that I'm not afraid of trading these things. I just haven't traded them. Mostly because, again, I mentioned earlier, I'm primarily an options trader, and most of these SPACs don't have options. Which kind of makes sense. I mean, they're just kind of like these speculative tools. Yeah, you're not the first person to ask for MACD, and I believe it might be something that's coming. Our indicator set is very limited, as you know. We are not a charting platform per se. We are a scanning and alerting and AI platform. There are plenty of other companies out there that do charts a lot better than us. So why even bother? We don't need it. We were showing how you can link up TradingView earlier to somebody else, and TradingView does a great job. I'm certainly not picking favorites, but TrendSpider does a great job with charts that you can get online. And they have all the bells and whistles that you want to add to your charts, and you could link trade ideas to those platforms and get everything you need. All right, folks, we have about 20 minutes left here. The floor is open, so if anybody needs help with something on the platform, you're having a hard time understanding how a feature works or how to interpret the data that you're seeing, how to change your chart, who knows? But if you have a question, there's 86 of you here watching right now on YouTube. I promise you, if you're sitting on a question that you'd like to have answered, there's probably somebody else who would benefit from that answer as well. So do us all a favor and ask your questions, and let's see if we can make some magic happen. All right. Okay, so a question come in. You're trying to test your alert in the past, but my OK button gets grayed out when I choose a previous date. Is this because I have the standard version? No, that wouldn't be the reason. Let me just change my layout here. Let's go to an alert window. So you're trying to see the history of an alert window. The way you would see the history is, let's say my all-time highs here. If I right-click in this window and choose history, I could go back through all the alerts today, previous trading day, or I could set a time frame. Okay, like I could do today back to, I don't know, a month ago, and hit the date, and it would run the history. Now, maybe what you're trying to do, let me go through this. So go to time frame again. You might be trying to go too far back. Let's say if I go, I don't know. Well, I guess September as far back as you can go. I didn't get my OK button didn't gray out. So are you saying that when you go to history and you go to time frame, you're saying this OK button doesn't show up for you? And you can't select it? Because I can't even figure out how to not get it to show up. Well, Damaflici, first of all, I could tell you it's not because you have a standard subscription. That's not the issue. If you're trying to run a time frame and you're not getting this OK button, maybe the dates aren't right. I don't know. I can't even get it to not show OK. Like I'm just clicking around. I can't get it to do anything. It's always, my OK is always available. I don't know. Maybe if you could send me a screenshot, maybe I could troubleshoot. But I don't know. I can't imagine in any way that this would not show the OK button activated. Hi, Sarah. So you want to know on these 5-minute charts or on any chart, you can see a smart stop level and a profit target level. The profit target's off the chart here in this case. I don't know how high it is, but so basically what these smart stop levels are, they're just, there's no magic here, folks, but they're just levels. They're kind of guardrails for you. If you were to be a buyer of SPY right here, basically what this is just telling you is that according to Trade Ideas algorithms, if SPY were to trade below this level, if you're holding a long position, if the SPY were to trade below that level, then that's saying that you have a very low probability of that stock turning around and making you money today. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Stocks reverse all the time. But statistically speaking, if it gets below this level and you're holding a long position, you probably want to exit the trade. And same with the profit target, same thing. And the profit target to the upside is, statistically speaking, that's a good place to take profits. Doesn't mean you have to. Doesn't mean the stock can't continue going way, way higher. But statistically speaking, those are levels of significance. But they're not, they're not hard and fast rules. They're just guide rails. Okay. So, they're there for people who, maybe you're new to trading and you're having a hard time figuring out where to place your stop losses and where to set your profit targets. Well, this might help. Okay. That's all it is. Hi, Tim. Do you have to purchase trade ideas to take the 20 lessons in 20 days? No. For people who do subscribe to Trade Ideas, you will get a daily email for 20 days that go through each of the lessons. But we do have a landing page for it. Let's see. We do have a landing page for it. Let me see if I can find it here. I think I have it in my... Okay. I can't find it here. Let me see if I could go tradeideas.com. Let's see if it's easy to find here. Education. Here it is. 20 lessons in 20 days. So here's the page. I'll share the link in the chat room for you guys. Just one sec. But here you can see all the lessons right here. You can click through each one. And this is available to anybody, whether you are a Trade Ideas subscriber or not. I mean, it doesn't really make sense if you're not a subscriber. I mean, these lessons are not to teach you how to trade. These are lessons to teach you how to use the platform. Okay? We are not a trading education business per se. We are not licensed to be giving anybody trading advice. I'm sharing the link here in the chat. There you go. Knock yourself out with that if you'd like. Tommy Felici, you're going to have to send me a screenshot to our email address. Send it to info@trade-ideas.com. You can mention me if you want. I'm Sean. I'm happy to get to it at the end of this session, or maybe somebody else in our support will be able to answer that for you. But please send the email, info@trade-ideas.com with that screenshot, and we'll take a look. And in case somebody else gets to it before me, just kind of explain to them what the issue is, and we'll get that squared out quickly. Sarah, no, there's not a track record for these smart stops and profit target levels. No, that's not something we keep. All right, folks, we're hitting into the home stretch here. I got 10 minutes left to hang with you. A reminder, we do these every trading day, Monday through Friday, not on holidays and not on days when the markets are closed, obviously, but every trading day, we do these live Q&A sessions at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We have a rotating cast of characters. I usually host Mondays. Steve, who's been in the chat, he usually hosts on Tuesdays. Wednesday, it's Michael. Thursday, it's Andy. No, Thursday is Jamie. And Friday is Andy. And we mix that up sometimes, different people to accommodate travel or sick days or vacation days or whatnot. But generally, you get a different voice every day, and we all have different experience levels. We all have different skills on the platform itself, so you can get different takes on different ways to use the platform. So if you have the time, if you got the bandwidth, I encourage you as you're still learning the platform to hang out with us every day. You don't have to ask questions if you don't want to. Sometimes just listening and hearing things get walked through, you might learn something that you didn't know you can do on our platform, or you didn't know you could do it in that way. So there's always benefit. If you have the time and the bandwidth, please hang out. Sarah, we do have Trade Ideas performance that or a Holly AI performance that we share publicly. Let me just find that link for you. Here you go. AI performance. Okay, I've just shared the link in the chat window there. That gets updated once at the end of every month, and that will show you the performance of the 3 various AIs that we offer. You're welcome. You're welcome. So my mother-in-law for Christmas, one of the things she got me for Christmas is these little like anti-glare glasses that you can wear when you're staring at computer screens all day. It's supposed to block out the blue light. It's a weird lens though. It's not an actual. I mean, it's an eyeglasses, but they don't have hooks around my ears like normal glasses. They just pinch around my nose. So it's just 2 lenses. So I'm trying them out today. It's a little weird. I don't know if I'm getting any benefit on my eyes, but I guess it can't hurt, right? For those of you like me who stare at screens for a large part of the day, anything we can do to protect our eyes is a good thing for the long run, right? I've been in such a health kick lately. I've been nerding out on health tech the last few months. I bought a rowing machine last month. I just got an Apple Watch for Christmas that I'm using to track all my metrics. Totally nerding out. Steve has helped me out with some fine supplements to keep the health going. Wink, wink, Steve, if you're listening. So when I conclude here at the top of the hour, I'm going to move you back to Barry's trading room, and Barry will be broadcasting live until the end of the trading day. And if you guys are here for the first time on this YouTube channel, bookmark this link because we're broadcasting live all trading day. When we're not doing the Q&A, we're simulcasting Barry's live trading room right here on YouTube. So just bookmark the link. You could enter with 1 click every day. You could join Barry's trading room, or you could join us for the live Q&A, or all of the above. It's a great little resource for you to stay in touch with trade ideas and to have access to the educators who can teach you about the platform. All right, well, no questions are coming in. I'm going to turn the music up a little bit. All right. Well, the questions have dried up, so if we don't get any more questions here in the next minute or two, I'll probably just pull the plug and send you back to Barry. So I just put you guys on mute there for a moment. Got a 6-year-old here in the house, and sounded like he hurt himself pretty bad. But Mama's on it, so we're all good. So, if you're, I see your question there, Canadian or pink sheet stocks? Well, in any one of your topless or alert windows, or if you're just creating one from scratch, let's go to a TI menu bar here. If we go to new, if I want to build a topless, it's only looking at Canadian stocks or OTC stocks or pink sheet stocks. What you want to do is, in the process of creating your window, go to the exchanges tab right here. And you could choose pink sheets. You could choose Toronto Stock Exchange, the TSX Venture. Those are your 2 Canadian options, and those are your pink sheets. You can also do bulletin boards as well. So that's how you do it. You just go to the exchanges tab in any topless or alert config window. All right? Any big movers in the crypto space today? Let's take a quick look. I just went to the blockchain crypto channel that we have. Well, that Riot's having another run. I remember this thing had a big run a couple of years ago. It's doing it again. Doing it again. A lot of cheap stocks. But if you're looking for volatility, this is where you can find some. That's for darn sure. All right, folks. Well, thank you for being here. We will resume this again tomorrow. Same channel, same time, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. I'm going to pass this back to Barry in a sec. All right, Barry, I'm turning off the streaming right now.
All right, guys, I hope I haven't lost the YouTube feed. Okay, guys, can you hear me in the YouTube feed? I'm going to make sure we didn't accidentally disconnect. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Well, it is actually time, just about time for me to do my video. So, okay, hi. I'm going to quickly try to answer your question, okay? We don't have, and I'm a Canadian, I told you that. So we don't have Canadian charts, number one. Flat out, we don't have Canadian charts, number one. You can set up, I know it's going to sound crazy, you can set up alert windows and top list windows as long as you, in the right click configure, and when you go to exchanges, just click, check the Canadian exchanges, TSX and TSX Venture, okay? But what'll happen is, I know it's going to sound crazy, you won't see the price, you won't see the volume. But, you know, the idea, of course, it's funny because I rarely look at the price or the volume when I get an alert. Because all I know is that it meets my filter requirements. So you can set up the filter requirements to only see stocks within a certain price range and a volume minimum. You're just not going to see it. But of course, when you click on the symbol, it'll load into your Canadian platform and you'll see all that immediately. I rarely really care about the price and the volume that I see. You know, I just get the alert. I go, great. I click on the alert. So if that makes sense. But yes, but you can. We do not have Canadian charts available. Okay. I actually have a script, but I cannot. I'll tell you what I'll do. Just before, if you want to take a screenshot, just to remember, the problem is I cannot post it in the YouTube feed because, you know, it won't, too many characters. But this, if you want to take a screenshot of this, where are you? Canadian data, there you are. Okay, if you can take a, this is what I typically just send out. So you want to take a quick screenshot of that. Okay. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now, so let me get the announcement in. All right, and I also just popped this link in. Wow, look at Craig just opened. Oh, brother, what a bunch of small float, low float movers today. Even my dog's excited. All right, so if you want to follow along the videos that I do all day, oh no, all day long, I do a video every day, kind of a recap what's happened in the room. If you did want to sign up for it, it's right here, the daily recap, okay? And so now I shall put myself on mute and I'll see you at around 1:25. Really? Ugh, that stupid thing then. Test, 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 test. Test. No, you can hear me. Okay, good. You guys can see my screen and you can hear me? Okay, well, I don't know what to say, sweetie. They say they can hear me and see my screen in the other room. So, are you talking about in the YouTube? Are you talking here that you can't see my screen? You can hear me, obviously. Okay, let me ask the guys on YouTube. Can you see my screen and can you hear me? If that's a yes, yes, that'll help me. I know. Okay, there's a yes and a yes. Okay. 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 All right, guys. I'm going to put you guys on mute, and I'm going to do my video now. All right, guys, I'm back. So the SPAC, your question, that's going to be a little bit up to me. I mean, we created the list, but as you know, there are SPACs that keep coming in. I kind of don't want to add them all. Some of them are really a little bit crazy, but I have been kind of updating the list. If you see one that you think should be on, just let me know and I'll add it. But what is the upside column in B plus? I don't know. Let's take a look. I don't know. Do you have it up? Is there a number? I mean, I don't have any number in it, so I'm not sure what it is. There's no definition that I can find, so I'm not sure. Let's take a trade. Anybody use the upside column in B plus? I don't use it, so we have a lot of columns, and I don't even. And there's no definition. There's no way I can. Maybe a target. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's just see. Let's take a trade. No, I can't do that one. That's halted. I just want to see what it might look like. Okay, so let's take this trade. What's the spread like? 3 cents. Who cares? All right, 300 shares. Going to buy 300 shares. Just bought it. And now I'm going to put a target. Let's see if that is it. Add a target. Say 1160, just to see if that is what it is. Yeah, that's, I guess. Oh no. Okay, just a second. Yeah, that must be it. So if it hit the target, that's your upside. Yeah, I just wouldn't use that, but that is obviously what it is. See, I learned something. No. I took it upon myself with the SPACs because I was really probably, well, there were other guys that trade ideas who were interested in them, but I was really interested in them. So I kind of took upon myself on that one. The other one were the EVs, the electric vehicle sector. So that's it. No earnings. No earnings is it's an alert more than anything. You know, the earnings as a, you know, right here are the earnings plays as an example. You know, and this is just a way in which you can use the min and the max to zero in on stocks that had earnings after hours the day before, which probably obviously nothing. Or had earnings this morning. 0.25 means earnings this morning before the market opened. But no, I don't look after it. I don't do anything else with those symbol lists. Yeah, this didn't they make the announcement last week, or maybe it was today? I thought it was last week, but I guess I'm wrong. That they were getting into this into the Bitcoin sector, if you can call it that. Well, there's no resistance in theory because it's at an all-time high. Now, I say that because our data only goes back here. Now, it's possible, more than likely, I doubt very much this was an IPO at 5. So it may be a symbol name change, so it looks like this is an IPO, but there's no real resistance. Not chart resistance anyway. I mean, there could be many other reasons, finally profit taking resistance, whatever you want to call it, but give me a moment, please. Boy, this is a long haul for ACY. I hope nobody is trapped in that one. Well, the market is snoozing right now, guys. The market is not doing much of anything. Look at that 15-minute chart. Flattened right out. 5-minute, basically flat. 2-minute, yeah, a little choppier, but that's because I've got it. Yeah, no, I listen, I only have the swing trading. I only have the swing trading. This is for you guys. I don't, do much swing trading. So yeah, I have the swing trading tab. Nobody really moderates it. I mean, I'm always going to check it for something, but yeah, it's for you guys who want to discuss swing trades amongst yourselves. Lots of cushion must mean way lower. Ah, that's why. I had my sound alerts off. So this is another one that is an all-time high, but again, no, this is a SPAC. This is a SPAC. You can just about tell when you see these things at 10, they've actually all opened at 10. Yeah, remember this one early on. I mean, this is not shortable for me, unfortunately, at GRNQ. Big, look at this pop pre-market, all sorts of excitement. I mean, it's still up 50%. all sorts of excitement. Market opens and fizzle. I have no idea, Kaiser. No idea. No, there's no way of no. Well, I shouldn't say there's no way. I mean, maybe there's some site that's going to, but no way of no. I have no way of knowing. It's a news halt, so I mean that's the wild card. It's not a volatility halt where you can kind of predict, but when it's a news halt, who knows what the news is? Plug. What is Plug doing today? Probably not great. You know, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's profit taking. I mean, it's been on an incredible run, of course, over the last few months. I mean incredible. But I'm looking at the big EV plays. You know, out of China anyway. Most of them are doing the same thing. So I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's specific news. Probably no specific news other than just profit taking, maybe. Fuel Cell is probably doing the same thing. This looks just like Sector. Yes, Fuel Cell is doing the same thing. What's Ballard doing? Sure, it's doing the same thing. Yeah, so they're all doing the same thing. Now, I don't know if there's some specific news for the whole EV sector today, but anyway, that's nothing more I can really add. Yeah, that one was halted. Yeah, 1150. Oh, and just open. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, did not just open. Never like to see a stock on the way down get halted because of news. Usually that's kind of ominous. What sort of room did... I just don't... wish this one didn't have... This would be really interesting, the CSLT, to me anyway. But I look left and I see, $1.75. It's not that far away. Right here. Now, some volume is coming in, CSLT. But, if this weren't here, then you look at the room after that. mDNA or mRNA? Let me see mDNA first. Oh, you're talking about this one. Okay. All right, so Craig resumed. Again, guys, these little ones rarely are going to hold, especially if they've been around before. Sometimes you get the ones that come out of nowhere that nobody's really heard of before. And then even on the second day, they can do something crazy. But this one's been around the block a few times. And I'm talking about the Craig. Yeah, no way of knowing right now because there's no bid-ask stacking up, so there's no way of knowing. OCG. You still holding that one from last week, Twerps? Oh, okay. I think you traded it last week too, didn't you? Somebody did. I remember somebody was taking a look at that one. Oh, okay. Well, interesting name for a company. The Newborn Acquisition Corporation, another SPAC. But wait a minute. I'm wrong. This is not a SPAC. This, you know what? This is that a China? Yeah, you know what this is like, guys? This is exactly like, what is the other one? WNW, or what was that one? No. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It's the OCX. OCG. You know what? Something is different here. I could have sworn that. No, wait a minute. That's because I don't have this up here. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So this NBAC and OCG look like they do the same thing. Look at the description. OCG providing collectibles and artwork e-commerce services. And look at NBAC. Providing collectibles and artwork e-commerce services. They look like they're doing the same thing. There is no delay with quotes, Jason. No, I mean if you have a real time alert set up, then when you get that alert, that is real time. So, for instance, I just got an alert for this one, whatever this one is. It's MARPS. Okay, so I got the alert at $5.99. There it is. Oh, that I don't know. It's possible, depending on your setup. I don't know what the delay is. It's possible. You know, I think it really depends on your computer. I'm not 100% sure on that, but. Oh, I see. No. There's no delay. No, because we are trade ideas. Okay, so there was no delay. I see what you're talking about. I thought you're talking about there might be a slight time lag, but not because we've done that on purpose. You could always come here. I always talk about 2 trading rooms. All right, so this is what the other trading room looks like. A lot more activity. You lost the sound on your multi-strategy window. Have you got sound everywhere else? Other alert windows? Can you confirm that, Gordo? Can you confirm that you have sound on all your other windows, alert windows? The reason I ask, because there's a toggle right there. All right, well, let me bring up a multi-strategy window. Okay. Okay, anyway, sorry. So properties, actions, and you definitely have it, you definitely have it checked. You definitely have it checked. And you definitely have the slider. You haven't accidentally moved the slider back. Well, there's a slider here for volume, okay? Right there, there's a slider. I mean, if you've never, if you've never touched it, then and again, when you say you lost it, was it working earlier today? And for sure, you haven't accidentally turned off the toggle. That's a toggle right there between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. That is a sound toggle. I can turn off all my alerts, my sound alerts, right there. It's just a on off. You sure there's not a diagonal line through it? Then I don't know how to help you. And can you hear things, other things from your computer? Making sure you haven't accidentally turned off your sound somewhere else. Yeah, it could be halted overnight. Somebody asked, could ACY be halted overnight? Anything is possible. I thought somebody said RHE was open. Obviously, it's not. There you go. You could almost, when you see stuff like that happen, so the SEC halts them, and then they come up with confirmed, not aware of any undisclosed material. We have no idea why this stock has popped the way it has. That's a very typical response. Same thing with RH. We can't know, guys. I mean, there's no way of knowing when these things will open. But there is news such as it is on the ACE. There it is, okay? Basically, they're saying we don't know. Now, when it's going to actually open, I don't know. I don't know if it was actually in that release. Was it? Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, it doesn't say when it's due to open or anything like that. So man, oh man, this is another day for halts. Look at this one, MARPS halted several times now, but the bid ask is stacking up to be 680, 680. The halt's at 609. Now there's no guarantee that it's going to remain at 680, but man, another huge halt. Low float, guys. 1.6 million in the float. And here's another one coming out of the woodwork. I mean, look at this woodwork. 1.4 million in the float. Another one that just got halted. Yeah, the news never pops up, Gordo. Okay? The news is here. I mean, but whether that is going to be the absolute most up-to-date news, I mean, I can't guarantee that. But the only thing you can do is, if you wanted to and you wanted to see news all the time, you could duplicate your window. Okay, duplicate it so that you have news. So every time I click on an alert, I'm going to see that news. Okay? You can duplicate any one of these tabs. That's what I did here with the similar. I duplicated that tab. So this is showing me stocks in the similar sector within reason. Yeah, thanks, Dave. We saw that news. We were just commenting on the news that the company put out, saying we don't know really, other than what we put out before, why there's this enthusiasm for our stock today. Just a moment, please. And now we're open. MARP's opened. I wonder if this is going to get halted. RMED. Look at all these low floats, guys. I mean, anything under 20 is a low float, but these are ridiculously low. 2 million, 1 million. Maybe for those of you who are new, if you're wondering what we're talking about in terms of the float, this is the available number of shares that can be traded any given day. You start off with the number of shares outstanding. Now, typically, you start off with the number of shares outstanding. Then you start subtracting from that number all the shares that insiders own, maybe mutual funds, shares that really cannot be traded on a day-to-day basis. So you subtract that from the shares outstanding. That's in a typical company. Now, with these, when you see a low float like this, typically what that means is that the stock has undergone a reverse split, and they've reduced sort of artificially the number of shares available for trading. And so when you have a number like this, so this is in essence, this is the supply of stock. So just think about anything else on earth. Low supply, high demand. What happens? That's when you get these Crazy, crazy, crazy moves. A low supply, 1 million. For whatever reason, high demand. This is where you get these insane moves. You know, Facebook is not going to go up 1,300% in a day. Why? Facebook has 2.3 billion shares in the float. Sorry, guys. Oh man, some emails are rather, they make me laugh anyway. And so what do I keep saying? I know it sounds like I'm nagging, but okay, look at MERPS. Halted, halted, halted. It's all the way up to 750. Now it gets halted on the way down. And right now, I'm seeing 560 bid ask. So you know, if you're new, you really shouldn't be trading this. I know it looks like it's a lot of fun and all that, and it's a lot of fun when they go up. Not so much fun when they do this. Okay, so I'll answer your question. How do you see the halts? I had a question about how do you see them. I'm just going to put this link. Oh yeah, a lot of people saw that or watched the BT. Yeah, okay. Okay, so 0524432. Hopefully you can see my screen and you can hear me. So you click on that homepage link, okay, just above where you posted, okay, right there. Okay, and when you do that, you can go to this. I'm sharing a lot of scans here. Just click here, Barry Scans. One of the scans is halts resumes. Okay, so there's the link for it. So once you have that loaded, now I don't know if I put a sound alert on it, and then all you have to do is just, you know, if you've put sound alerts on any window, you just right click on the window, properties, actions, and then you just follow along, you know, play sound, check it, set up the sound. You can do one of your alert windows text to speech. So they'll actually read out the symbol. I say one because the whole idea of putting sound alerts on your windows is to have a unique sound alert each window. You put them all text to speech, then you'll never know which window to look at. So you can put one of them. The rest of them use custom sound. Select the sound. We have 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts. You can pick one. I'll pick gong. You can open it, and then you can play it. If you like it, you just say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to that window. Yeah, I think he's just taking time off. Yeah, hopefully he'll be back at the in New Year. He said he was going to take a lot of time off in December. Yeah, one for you. One for you, maybe, William. MDNA. I see it's right through the 30 and the 15. It is shortable for me anyway. 500,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. That's MDNA. All right, guys. Oh, a lot of the SPACs are just fading now. A lot of euphoria early. Yeah, a lot of the SPACs I'm seeing are just kind of fading a bit. Yeah, just the time frame. So the question was the RBI 5-minute, 15, and 30. It is just the time frame. No other. All the other filters are the same. You know what is starting to fade here is this MYOV. Huge move in the pre-market, still up 26%. But it is well, maybe not. I thought it was worse. It looked worse on another time frame. Their news this morning was some kind of a deal they have done with Pfizer, not a virus play. I haven't seen this one for a while. Sea change. SEAC. Yeah, I don't like it. Too much resistance right around 115. If that weren't there, it would be interesting because the next resistance area is around 140. So from 1 to 140 would be a great little percentage move, but too much resistance, in my opinion, not that far away. No, you can use you can use it in the web-based version. I mean, you can load anything that I've got into the web-based version. The limitation, if you're talking about the sound, you do have a limitation. I think you can only pick from 4 sounds or something, like a ping and a ding and a okay. You cannot. There is not the wide range of sounds that you can pick from. Let me just see if I can load the web-based version. It should be famous last words. I don't use the web-based version at all, but where is it? I've lost my link for the web-based version. I'm trying to find it. It shouldn't be any different. You know, when you click on that link, and it should load in a browser tab, you should copy the tab, and it should be file load from cloud in the web-based version. And then you just load it. I just apologize. I can't see, I don't have the link I need for the web-based version. I don't understand why I don't have it. I had to do a reset of my computer about 3 weeks ago, but everything should be there. Maybe click on New. There's no file button. Okay, is there a New? Under Tools, right, it's under Tools, okay. Phew. Sorry about that. I have to figure out why I don't have my version. Well, we do have a SPAC channel. Okay, so you click on New, Channel Bar, and where's it? Right there, SPACs blank check companies, okay? So we do have it. Remember now, this is a layout. So don't click on it until you have saved your layout to the cloud. If you do want to click on this, this is a layout. And you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So it's pretty much up to date. I'm trying to keep track of it. All it is a symbol list, you know, and I just have to make sure the symbol list is up to date. Oh, good. Glad to hear. I'm glad. In fact, I better figure out why I don't have the web-based version readily accessible. MARPS is still halted. Yeah, I got halted at 203. And you should have just heard MDJH resuming. You should have heard that. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting too many more new alerts. Been some pretty interesting ones. I mean, there's the MARPS at 593. What did it do after that? Got up to 755. Of course, it got halted, then crashed. So again, you got to be careful. 797 for this one at 146. Got up to 826. Not terrible. This one I didn't like. This is the warrant of ACAM. Getting a lot of warrants now. MDNA. Yeah, that is a good one. 581. Wow, got up to 686. EQOS is actually, yeah, it's on my watch list. I don't know if it triggered. Yeah, it did trigger. I haven't really paid, and I do apologize. This is not a great, well, some of them were okay, but, you know, I completely forgot to create a watch list for today. That exercise usually, not usually, it's always after hours the day before, which would have been Thursday, and I just absolutely forgot to do it. So I had to kind of craft one together this morning. Okay, guys, here's one that is not a low float. Canadian company. Where are you out of? Oh, hometown. TMQ. Some volume just popped in. It's not a low float though. 89 million for $2 stock. Excuse me, for a $2 stock. That's you know, kind of a lot. Also, there's a lot of resistance, so forget it. Here's another one, guys. Another one. QRHC. Just ripping. Look at the volume that came in. Look at the daily. Now, it's, you know, I mean, it's not trading that much, except look at this. In this 15-minute candle, 164,000. It's only traded 295. So the volume is coming in now. Just starting to come in now. QRHC. Maybe. There are a ton. There's the MARPS. Again, easy come, easy go. 757 down to 5. Halted on the way down. This could go right back to where it came. Now, pardon my real ignorance in this. I thought that Hong Kong would have had the same flag as China. They've been able to maintain their own flag. Stop it with a Yalla. Let me see what it is. I'm kidding you. He knows I'm kidding. He knows I'm kidding. That's a pretty big pullback. 23 down to 16. Deparnus. Hello. Another one, guys. You gotta. Some of these are just getting too stupid. I mean, MDJH gets halted up to 5 something, down to 4 something. Big. I mean, these are 20% drops, just like that. 1.5 million. So you got to be so careful. But this is ugly. Not even a lot of volume, really. But it was halted. I mean, it's just we're not doing the halting. Traded is not doing the halting. This is just. I want to say a computer program. A William Buck, I like it. Well, this could be interesting. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's still at 48%. This is what I'm talking about. This is a Hong Kong company. Yeah, Hong Kong. So they have, I guess that's the Hong Kong flag, I guess. EQOS. This looks like this could have been an IPO. Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if it's a blank check. Oh, cryptocurrency. Ah, okay. So this is a Bitcoin play, EQOS. Oh, what a nice few. Well, that's months, but even so, a couple of months. This was under $5 2 months ago. 16.50 now. Everything but XNet is moving. Yeah. Are they really DoorDash? Mm-hmm. It's a big drop. 200 to 150. Well, that's why I'm not going to get rid of it, just in case. As I say, I'm in this one at 3, so there's zero reason for me to get out of it. I mean, I suppose it could collapse. I mean, there's a support down here. I mean, I suppose anything could happen, but just like GKK, I don't want to wake up tomorrow and it's at 6 or something stupid, and I thought, the boredom, I'm going to get out of it. There's no difference really. I mean, they can hear me, they can see my screen, though I think there might be a slight delay in what they see, not on purpose. This room is a lot more active in terms of the traders. It's easier for me to put links in the room, okay? But as far as everything else, it's virtually the same. They can hear me and see my screen. So if you want a lot of more interactivity, stay here. So there's no difference. You're not missing anything. You're not missing anything. Again, there's no reason to go there. Okay, I'm just saying there's no reason to go there. The only time to go there is between 12 and 1 when I take a break and one of the other traders takes over. And it's a little, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, this room is turning into a pretty good Q&A all day long. But it's maybe a little more of a Q&A over there between 12 and 1. Yeah, they're not that many. I mean, I tried to read them out. That's why I say, and here's a question from the YouTube feed. I try to read them out. There's not that many. Real, Mr. Real. Happy, well, not quite. Early Happy New Year. Oh, I have no idea. Hi, everyone. The question was, do the indecision dojis with no wick indicate computers dominating the trades? It's possible. I don't really analyze it so closely like that. I mean, I suppose it's possible. But Meru Christmas. Ah, you know what? The SPY is actually putting in a little bit of a move here. A little bit of a move after this pretty long period of kind of consolidation. A little bit of a move higher. Boy, there are a lot of shorts. These. William, did you take advantage of this one, the QRHC? A lot of shorts available. All right, now this could be interesting. You know, kind of, I wouldn't call it collapse, but from 10 down to 7, that's a pretty big percentage. But look at this. Look at Craig. It did resume. And, there could be traders just sort of looking at this and going, what if? Again, low, 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 low float, okay? On the other hand, it may just completely collapse. Not shortable at Interactive Brokers, so I can't even think about shorting it. One moment, please. All right, I may just put an alert here at 7:28. See if it takes that out with any on some volume for the Craig. Right up here, little price alert. See if it takes that out on some volume. Again, listen. If you're new to trading, just forget about this, okay? Because anything could happen. All I'm doing is I'm looking at that high over here, seeing if it can start to fill in a little bit. Okay, so I'm trying to read your question here. You're new here. You just signed today. So when you say you're new here, you mean you're new into the trading room? Is that what you mean by new here? Okay. So the demo is really, really limited, okay? And in fact, we're getting rid of the demo. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but the demo is very limited. I mean, it's 15 minutes. It is 15 minutes delayed. You can, you can take a look at the alerts and filters that we have. You can set up, this is an alert window here. What I'll do is I'll give you this, okay? So you can take a look at the 20 short lessons. At least that gives you an idea about how to set up an alert window or a top list window. Okay, I just popped that down here, 20 short lessons. Click on that and you'll see like what is a top list, building one, alert window. You'll be able to do that. And again, I have no idea how much longer the demo is going to be available. But it is 15 minutes delayed. And you can take it from there. I'm not even sure. Used to need a. I'm just going to even find out if the demo is available. I think the demo is still available in our web-based version. I'm not sure it's available for the app anymore. What a lot of people do is you can always cancel within 5 days for a refund. Shouldn't say that, but you can. So, I mean, you could always try us out on the standard version, and, if you like us, I should put this in the room anyway. We are still running a promo for 25% off, either the first month only or the entire year. So what a lot of people will do, okay, is they click on my homepage link right there. My homepage link is right there. Here's the promo code to use. Now, I think it's expiring tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. So when you click on that alert, or my link, and you could always just, click on Get Trade Ideas. Obviously, don't use that promo code. Use the Happy Holly 25%. And you could always just try us out. Standard, which would be 118, but then you pop in the promo code. And so it would cost you $88, okay, for the month to try us out. If you don't like us, that's fine. You can, if you do like us and you want to upgrade, we'll honor that, and you do it within the 30 days, we'll honor that 25% promo code. Upgrading meaning you could either go from standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual. The demo is just very limited. That's all I want to say. But you're welcome to try it if you can get it running. Yeah, hi everyone. I again with this algo trading on a no wick doji. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't really. I shouldn't say it like I don't care. I guess I don't care. It's interesting, yes, but you know, I just if I see it, I just pass on it and go on. Well, let's see if the trade of the week triggers again tomorrow. Today just wasn't. It did trigger early, 980. Just not did not keep going. It did get up to 10 something, but I'm going to see if this triggers tomorrow. I mean, you know what? Not every trade of the week can be a winner. I think we've had about out of the last 8 of them, I think 6 have been incredible. But as I jokingly told Steve, who will be in the YouTube room tomorrow, he's the originator of the trades of the week. You, my friend, are only as good as your last trade of the week. That's all anybody remembers. Savage but true. Keep an eye on this Craig now, guys. I mean, this is getting a little more interesting. It did have the little pop. Now it's basing right here. If this pops through this area on volume, this could have another little run. And that's the CREG. Absolutely no guarantee that if it pops through on volume that it's going to keep running. But, you know, that's what I look for. Like a pop through this area, that I have an alert set. On volume, though. So now, if you ask me, well, how much does the volume have to be? It's not how much. It's more in relation to the previous volume bars. I mean, this is trading, you know, plenty of volume, but in relation to the previous volume bar. So, for instance, you see that 2-minute volume bar right there? What if we had another one right there popping this through? That could really get it going. Here's another halt. No, this is halted for news now. PAM just halted for news. I think this is a Argentinian stock. Sorry. See, now I have to learn the flag of Argentina right there. I knew that wasn't a Brazilian flag. I didn't look at the flag to start, but yeah, so Eddie, this is what I would do because I know people, for some reason, it doesn't seem to work as seamlessly as I think it should. So this is what I would do is I would go, let me just give you the homepage link. So go to the homepage link and then click on it, and then it's going to say right here, questions and answers, and just say, listen, I want to upgrade, and make sure you have your email handy for them so they can look up your account, and then somebody will upgrade it for you, okay? Yeah, so hi everyone. I mean, you can make trade ideas as overwhelming as you want, but you know, I have a very simple setup. I mean, you might see a lot of I've got various time frames here chart wise, but I've only got this and this, two windows, really. These are the non-repeat versions of them, but this is all I'm really looking at. A couple other things and other windows, but I mean, if I had to, this is all I would look at, these two windows. I'm not saying you should do the same thing, but I mean, yeah, I mean, we have a lot, excuse me, we have a ton of filters. These are the alerts, a lot of alerts, lots and lots and lots of filters. I'm just going through them all. Yeah, if you look at that and go, my goodness, how can I possibly learn this? You don't have to. I mean, you can't, I mean, luckily, the way I like to see things are stocks making, close to or right at the highs of the day, so that I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. And then that's why I have these higher time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly, so that if a stock does make a high for the day, then I'm going to quickly look to see, okay, great, where could it keep going to before it's going to hit resistance? Yes, the volume today includes pre-market. No way to separate the two. Not necessarily though, hi everyone. I mean, like I have a certain style of trading, but there are many who are experienced traders who will only play pullbacks as an example. So I would never say that you should only play high of the day momentum plays. I just happen to like momentum plays. And a lot of people do, but a lot of people will never do that. They would wait for a pullback to a certain level before they will get into a stock. And that's absolutely fine also. Nice to hear, Kaiser. Okay, so big cap high a day pilot. You can take this window if you're just talking about high of day. Okay, so I'm sharing a lot of scans. And I'm just going to pop the link in again. Okay, so right there, so right underneath Pilot where you posted that. So if you click on my homepage link, so one of the areas is my scans, okay? My scans. Click here. So you notice I've got basic new highs and lows, which is in essence this one that you see. I've also got momentum up, which you don't see. It's on another, I have it on another monitor, but you have momentum up. So what you can do is this. You can load this basic new highs and lows, get it on your screen, all right? Now, if you're looking for, get this over here. So if you were, so let's say you have this on your screen right now, okay? So when you say big cap, so here's what you can do. Now you can start to customize it more. You right click, configure, and click on the summary. So these are the filters that I'm using. So for big cap, you might want to have a higher share price. I don't know. It's up to you. You just click on the filter. And here's where you can adjust your minimum and your maximum if you want. But also big cap, large cap. You do a search and just type in cap, market cap as an example, market cap. So you could click on that, add the filter. Now you can say, okay, I want a minimum market cap of something. Now you'll have to, it has to be the full number. So you can't go like 6M for 6 or 100M for 100 million. It'll have to be the full number. Okay, does that all kind of make sense? I also think that you'd be benefited if you watch these videos. They're not videos, it's just text-based, the 20 short lessons. They talk about how, okay, they talk about how you can, if you click on that link, the 20 short lessons, you know, what is a top list, build a top list, an alert window, intro to the cloud, loading things from the cloud. You know, so there's a lot of good information here if you're just starting out. You're too funny, Mike. All right, thoughts on NAKD? It's a question from the YouTube feed. Thoughts on it? Yeah. So, unfortunately, Dave, I just don't look at stocks like this. They're just too, even for me, they're too wild. You know, anything under $1, I honestly don't look at it. I mean, what do I see today? I mean, nothing. I mean, it's a huge volume, but I really don't have any. My thoughts are that I don't think about it. Sorry. You know, I mean, it's huge volume, 132. It actually traded to float 95 million. So maybe there's going to be a build-up. Maybe, I don't know. Oh, yeah. You know, I'm amazed it's still a, it's on NASDAQ. I'm amazed it's not a pink sheet stock yet. Daily resistance on Mogo. Let me see. All right. So, well, really, I mean, now I think, again, you know, I always have to, this is probably almost, let me just back this out a bit. Yeah, so there's no way this was an IPO. This is probably a symbol name change. So that's why it looks like it's at a high, all-time high. But there's really, you know, if you look at this, I mean, there's no real resistance to it. That's what a lot of people are going to see. There's no real resistance chart-wise. So, you know, I don't see daily resistance anymore. I mean, it's taken that out. At 408, there was some right there. Yeah, Sarah, I'm not sure. Let me see. See, that's one of when I did my reboot, I think that's one of the things that in a nutshell, if I do something like this, the question is these colors, which I don't use, okay, but, okay. Typically, this is what it is. The darker the color means, you know, and you basically pick the filter that you want to sort on. And so basically, the darker the color, though this doesn't, you know, it usually goes in shades. The darker the color, for instance, here would mean that this is, you know, at the high. This is a little less. This is now more neutral, and this is, you know, the darker the color down here means that it's more negative. You know, that's kind of in a nutshell. Okay. There might be something that I have that might better define it. I don't use the colors anymore. Don't really think I use them at all, but yeah, I've lost that one. I lost some things when I had to do a reset of my whole computer. I got rid of, but I lost some things that I cannot find. Let me just see if I can find something here. Okay, so I'll see if I can get it. Yeah, so this is something that's coming, okay? I'm on a development version. I don't know when it's going to be released so that everybody can have it. So they just put this in last week. So it's still, we still have to test it, okay? Make sure there are no bugs. Yeah, I mean, it's just, that's what our provider has for it. It's sometimes it's really, really difficult to get a handle on these really cheap ones that have done, well, I don't know if this has done a reverse split before. Probably should do it now. But some of these cheap ones, it's really difficult to get a real handle on what the float is, or even that short percent. Is it the same float number, Dave? So Craig did not take that out. Waiting on that one to see if it would take that out on volume. Didn't do it, not yet anyway. I'm sure a lot of people are going to, who unfortunately are trapped in that ACY, have a sleepless night. Especially if it doesn't open. We only have another hour and 15 minutes for the market. Now, guys, I typically close at 3 o'clock, so I will put that announcement in, closing the room at 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions. So the price action button, it's just a toggle, okay? Well, sorry, toggle up and down. So this in theory is supposed to show you stocks that with similar price action. Maybe with a similar type of a change from the close, price action. I don't use it. I think it has to be refined more. This competitors, even this one, I mean, sometimes you see some crazy ones in here. You think, well, that's not a competitor, but at least that's what it's supposed to be doing. I think both of them need some work. I mean, SPACs tend to be okay. I would say that virtually everything in here is a SPAC. Okay, in the competitor section, but as a sector, but I would say that some need some work. The problem is some of them have such low classification, very fine-tuned classifications. Like toilet bowl preparation. I can't remember which one that was. Yeah, it's never going to show support and resistance. Okay, and here's why. Because your idea of where support and resistance could be completely different from where I think it should be. Okay, it can be very subjective. So I do not think we're going to. All we do here is we see a swing exit. Swing exit is a 20-day low. Okay, I mean, if you thought that was support, that's fine. But excuse me, you'll see that on every daily chart. A swing exit, which is just a 20-day low, nothing scientific. But again, your idea of support and resistance might be completely different from mine, and completely different from Williams, and on and on and on. So I doubt very much we're going to see anything like that. All right. Okay. Just I'm talking to somebody thinking he can hear me. Just a second. Hopefully this goes in to your YouTube and it doesn't cut me off. All right. So okay. Who asked the question earlier? Sarah. So underneath, I just posted a YouTube link that I think will cover the colors, okay? And anybody else interested in learning about our color coordination and all, you can take a look at that YouTube feed. Ah, you're welcome, Jimbo Cobb. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything interesting happening? Oops, RHE, and it just got halted too. It just got halted on the way down. Yikes, yeah. Okay, ooh, I've missed it. There's the Craig guys. Just, can you hear the cat in the background? Whereas my oh boy, yeah. I mean, this got halted 50. Oh, you're right. It actually popped a little bit from the halt, but not very, not for a long time. And then look at this. Okay, just a moment, please. I am muted. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, it might, as GKK pointed out, 2 times relative volume. So the volume is starting to pick up. There's a little volume bar right there. You can see it's, so maybe there's some interest, maybe accumulation. Again, I have this from 3, full disclosure, but we'll have to see. I mean, it's just is a very, there's got to be a reason why it's not moving with the rest of the cryptos, unless we are still convinced. Happy New Year's. Yes, Real. You are still convinced, GKK, that this is still a crypto play? I know what it says. Blockchain, I do see what it says. Yikes is right. Yikes is right. Wow. And just it's halted on the way down. Please tell me nobody in this room got hurt with that. Yeah, yikes. I don't even see a, yeah, I'm not even sure that's a legitimate. I don't really see a bid ask. Maybe 1371, 1373, but I don't know if that's really legitimate. As I say, guys, it's wonderful to be part of this. Not so wonderful to be part of that. Okay, so I'm not trying to make light of it. If anybody in this room was trapped in here, all right, guys. Well, it's almost 3, so are there any other questions? 3. I always stick around for questions, Brian, but if the I go from 9 to 3. And then I promised to do my scanning, which I forgot to do, so I can create a more proper watch list for tomorrow. All right, everybody, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up. So thanks a lot for all the help in the room, and hope everybody had a great holiday. And remember, market is closed on Friday, so 4-day week. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So again, I hope everybody has a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.